Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good morning, everybody. Afternoon, sorry. Good morning, Mr. Arctic Fox. How are you, sir? Are you here? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I was on mute. Doing good. How are you, sir?
Oh, you're fine. I'm good. A little tired, but it is what it is. That's my own fault. But I'm here. Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to Sunday Brunch. I don't believe we'll be joined by Doodle today. She's not feeling good. Mr. Arctic Fox is here with us, and I sent Mom a link as well. I don't know if she'll make it or not either, but either way, you got me, and you got this awesome dude sitting next to me, Mr. Arctic Fox. I appreciate you joining me, sir. It's always a good time when you're here, so thank you for once again being here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir, and thank you guys for those of you that decided to hang with me in my late night boredom stream last night till 3 a.m. I appreciate that too. Sorry. After Arctic's show last night, I was wired and I couldn't go to sleep, so I'm like, what the hell? Might as well do another one. No big deal. Which was interesting to say the least. There was some laughing going on for sure in there last night. I found a channel last night that I didn't know existed that I about died watching last night. It was funnier than hell. I'll have to get you guys a link for it today. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Looks like it says there's 34 peeps in here with 25 likes. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for joining me on this Sunday so that we can have brunch together. And I hope you're all having a great start to your Sunday and a great end to your weekend. Speaking of, who do we have? Looks like Molly's in the house. Good golly almighty. Captain Jax, welcome back to you, my friend. Alicia J, great to see you. Virginia Wolf, brother, good to have you. Noel, welcome back. Woke up in 84, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. SR BBBBB, 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 good to see you. Stormy Cherry, welcome back to you. Good afternoon to you all. Tomboy Charm, great to see you. Great to have you here. Of course, Arctic Fox, True Crime in the house with us as well. Winnie the Pup, welcome back. And kabam, Mind Over Nobody. Mind of Monsters. Welcome. Mom is in the house, guys. I don't know what the hell I was getting ready to say, but Mind Over Mornin. After Nern, whatever you call it. Welcome. I didn't know if she was going to make it. Good afternoon, morning, Jeffrey. Good to see you. Chaz D, welcome back to you. Moonlit Baby, Meggy Techie. I love saying that name. Welcome to you. Allegedly, in my opinion, Mystic Butterfly, welcome back to you. Brutally honest. Miss Taylor's in the house as well. Victoria, can you guys tell I'm tired? Victoria Burgess, hello and welcome back to you. Dragonfly Love, wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I need to make my sauce. Always got to make. Cassie, my Gerd to see you this morning. Yeah, I can watch the Browns game in the background, listen to it. They're going to lose anyway, so who cares at this point? This is the shittiest season I've seen in years, so I'm not very enthused with them. My luck, they'll probably win today. CZ, hello and welcome back. Angel of Virtue, hello. Wonderful to see you. I miss being able to say that. Great to have you here. Welcome to Meatballs in the morning, everybody. It's actually afternoon on Sundays. We do it kind of later, and we call it Sunday brunch. So welcome. It's great to have you all here. I hope you're having a great day. Croc Charlie's in the house as well. Angel of Virtue. I always loved saying that when she was in here. Reminds me of an old Slayer song that I used to love. Happiest Sunday to you, Leslie and Billy. Great to see you as well. So, good morning, Mom. How are you this morning?
I just gotta.
Sounds good.
Yes.
I woke up at 8:30, drank 3 cups of coffee, and fell right back asleep on the couch sitting there watching TV. I was like,
That's
I'm up.
lovely.
I did it. I made it. I'm going to be early. Psych. Nope.
I slept as long as my back would let me.
Yeah, my legs started getting restless at 8:30 this morning, so I had to get up. I haven't done a 3 a.m. show in, I don't know, a couple months, and I wasn't ready for that. So I knew it was stupid, but
He wasn't ready.
yeah, right. Hey, Dago, I've missed hearing it. I've missed having you here, Angel. It's wonderful to have you back. Thank you for joining us for our morning show today, and I hope to see you more often. It's wonderful to see you. Going up to 74 today. Dragonfly says it's freezing here again. Still, I don't know why it's so cold. I'm not ready for it. What is going on in the world of the Arctic fox today, sir?
Not much. I got up around 7 o'clock, started getting everything ready for my mom for when she got up. So all she'd have to do is go pick her plate up out of the kitchen and have her breakfast and everything ready. And she's not feeling good. She's already back in bed. She got a little disoriented earlier and everything. And I told her, hey, if you're having those types of issues, you need to just go ahead and lay down. So.
You're the man, bro. I'm telling you, you're a good dude, really. I mean, you take amazing care of your mom. You do all this stuff. You have all these other things you do daily, and you still continue to put out, the missing and try to do something to make like the show you did last night. You are a trooper for sure, bro. I got to give it to you. I'm not trying to make you blush. I know I do that a lot, but these are facts. These are facts. Not many people can do what this guy does. No lie. Not in one day. Just saying. So, God bless you. I know taking care of our parents is not something that when we're kids we ever expect to have to do, but at some point we need to because they've done it for us. So it's their turn sometimes,
Yeah. I mean, it would be easier if my brother would actually do something to help once in a while, either financially or physically come down to help. He only lives an hour away, but it is what it is.
There's always one in every family, the patriarch that does it all, that takes on all the responsibility. I'm the same sibling. My sister doesn't do anything, and whenever there's a thing or an issue or whatever, I get the phone calls because I'm the oldest one from my mother. So you know how that goes. God bless you, though. You do an amazing job. I mean, this guy runs businesses. He does YouTube. He takes care of his mom. I mean, Jesus, dude. That's a lot. So make sure you're taking care of yourself, brother. That's all I'm saying, please.
Oh, I am. Trust me.
I hope so. And then we have this amazing lady that's underneath us here that is still sleeping. We'll let her wake up a little bit, but you do so much as well, Mom, and we appreciate you very much. Very, very much.
Oh, thank you, love. Arctic is amazing.
Takes
You're
care of
amazing too. I mean, you're always putting out the flyers and everything else on your Twitter, on your channel, and everything else. And I haven't made it to one of your lives in a while. I for whatever reason, I don't hardly ever get the notifications, but I'm looking
Neither
forward
do
to
I.
the next one. I'll try to make it in.
I don't get
Oh,
notifications
thank
for
you.
either one of your guys's. That's why I don't make it to these. Thank God I knew about yesterday's, and I pretty much wrote it on my forehead to make sure I was there for Arctics. Yes, mom, you do a lot. Mom takes care of her husband, her home. She works. She does this. She passes laws. I mean, shit. She does it all too. So I'm very, very lucky to one have befriended the two of these people, and two to be able to work side by side with them and doing the things that we do. I'm very lucky, and I consider that my my joy to be able to be with you two on a daily basis. So thank you both. Where are we at? Captain says, "What link do I need to post, Cap?" And welcome, Captain Jenks. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, you better take care of yourself, because Taylor will tell us all, as she does.
Oh, I know.
Um,
There's three forms of communication in the world: telephone, telegraph, and tell Taylor.
Tell Taylor, yes, and I appreciated Taylor that day. I was sitting here that day. We talked about that again last night. Where the hell is Arctic? Where is Arctic? Did I piss him off? I haven't seen him. I don't understand this. I can't find him. Blah 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 blah. And I get a little message from Little Miss Taylor. I know where he's at. Where is he? Well, but I appreciated it very much because it gave me a little bit of relief, especially when he responded to me. So she said, "Love you, bite me." Gotta love it. So, how is your day starting off, Mom? Other than just waking up?
My day's going pretty good. I've infiltrated the old man into Twitter. So
Uh-oh.
I got up and drank coffee, and because I'm constantly like taking my phone over and being like, look at this, look at this, look at this. So we made him a Twitter, and I helped him get some accounts on there this morning. So he's been binge watching the Hodge twins on Twitter.
Aha. Gotcha. Twitter. Mom is a Hulk on Twitter, folks. We talked about that last night.
I don't know where she finds the time. I can barely keep up with my YouTube. I was trying to do Twitter for a little bit until Elon got pissed off at me, and I can't remember the last time I posted to my TikTok. So
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do these multiple accounts either, because that's Brandy runs the TikTok. I couldn't even think about doing that. And Twitter, I forget that it exists until I go and do, which I did it again this morning. Damn it. I usually like to post that we're live there too, and I forgot it again. So
like when I first started, I was really active on Facebook and Twitter and TikTok, and I even have a Patreon. I haven't uploaded anything in probably 2 years on Patreon, and then I don't upload anything on TikTok because their community standards are too much, and it's too much work for them to pull my stuff down.
well, I keep up with my Facebook and my YouTube, and I post like every flyer I see that I'm not doing a video on. I try to make sure it gets posted to my community wall. So
I can barely keep up with YouTube, folks, and let alone Twitter, anything else. So it's a lot. Plus, I'm very technically challenged, so I struggle with some of this stuff too. Like I said, Brandy does an amazing job with the TikTok. I try to keep up with the channel Facebook as well as my own, but I don't succeed. And trying to follow you guys on all your other things too. I just try to stick with it all, but I just barely get through this. If it weren't for Doodle and Mama Bear and the rest of this amazing team, there's no way I'd do it. No way. No way at all. Let's see here. Now I posted to Twitter. There we go. And I'm not going to stop calling it that, by the way. I just can't. It sounds so stupid to say X. I don't understand why they did that, but don't understand it at all. Elon does what Elon wants to do.
No, I'm not calling it X.
I never have since they started it, but so be it. Okay, so we're posted to Twitter now. Not that anybody will see it, but. And again, guys, say a little prayer for Doodle, if you will. about 10 something. She said, "Hey boss, I got a tummy bug. I took Pepto, but it's not helping. I'm gonna lay down." She feels yucky, so God bless her. She does a lot too, so I wasn't even gonna bother her. I was like, I hope she feels better.
You know, if he
But
wanted the X in there, he should have named it Cock X after his damn spacecraft.
there you go. There you go. Oh yes.
I stood in the yard for 10 minutes the other day and still didn't see that freaking ship that they set off. And usually you can see them from the yard. I was very upset. Wasted half my damn lunch waiting on a rocket ship I never even got to see.
Yeah. Hey CZ, good to see ya. Croc Charlie. Charlie. Hey Charlie. Everybody, and thank you again, both of you, for joining me this afternoon, morning, evening, whatever it is for you. For you all. Stomp, stupid Twitter. Molly, it's okay. We know Molly's been banished for life, I think, from Twitter. Think you're bad,
We've
Mom?
got a missing 16-year-old mother and her daughter out of Oklahoma City. I did send you that flyer
Yeah,
in the Discord if you want to put that up later in the show.
I just saw that. It's going up after this because I would like to give the happy results to some of these things. Yesterday we put this up for missing Trixie Studer, the 14-year-old out of Ratcliffe. I don't know why I can't say it. She has been found safe. Is safe and sound at home now, I do believe, out of Logan County. So we are grateful for that one. Thank you, Doodle, for sending me that. That's awesome. No worries. And these are the things, guys. These make it worthwhile to put these up when they're missing. To be able to throw this one up here that says "found safe" on it means the whole world to me. This is what
Absolutely.
what it's all about right here. So, welcome, Stormy Sherry. Good to see you today, Moonlit Baby. If I didn't see you already, good to have you here. So yes, found safe, awesome, and I'm grateful for that. She seriously reminds me of Raj girl. Yes, you're right. From Big Bang, I got you. Yes, Virginia, good news. It's grateful. I am grateful to see these when we do post the missing posters. You always hope and pray that within a couple hours or a day, you'll see this next one that comes behind it. So that's awesome.
She was actually found with another missing boy out of South Carolina, and the two were found. I can't remember what town they were found in, but they weren't found in Arkansas um, or South Carolina. They were found, I think, in Texas. But anyway, she was with another missing boy out of South Carolina.
Social media accounts. I'm telling you, this is what they're doing. They're meeting up online and taking off together. Sad thing is that's understandable because they're young. They don't get what life is all about until somebody grabs them and tries to sell them off to somebody else. That's the problem with these cases, guys. It's what scares the hell out of me. Oh man, oh man, oh man. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful. We do have another one to look at, though, sadly. Brandy B, the OG in the house. Welcome back, Brandy. Great to see you today. Walt Harris, Dago here. Good to see you, Walt. Thank you for joining us. SRBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBbbbbbbbbbb Hello again. Welcome, everybody. We got 45 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button when you come through that door. Share this out if you will. And Miss Brandy, it's been longer than that, Brandy. You know it has. Says that today's her Dago-versary. For 21 months. Brandy's actually been with me for going on 36 months, I'm going to say. Yeah, 36 months. Maybe a little bit more than that. It's almost about 3 years. So Brandy's been with me longer than anybody here. Thank you, Brandy, for that. I appreciate and love you very much, dear. Let's see. Where is it at? Captain Jenks, thank you so much for that. 99 super chat. Wink back to you, my brothers. Appreciate you having you here as well today. I just want to say it one more time. Meggy Decky. Great to have you here. Molly's asking, did they know each other? I'm sure it's probably a kind of like a social media thing, Molly. That's typically how these kids meet up and then off they go. They were out of 2 different states and ended up in a 3rd state together. So I don't know. Tomboy Charm, good to see you. Good to have you here today. Hope you're feeling good. Again, everybody, if we could please keep Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in our prayers and our thoughts. Just to pray that she gets better soon. Again, let's pray for Doodle as well. And anybody else, guys, that is not doing well right now, just keep them in your thoughts, please, if you will. Not everybody are praying people, folks, and that's okay. Just think about them every so often and say a little extra prayer if you do pray for them. It's like telling someone your child's 52 months old. I'm like, dang, your child's 4.5. Just say that. That is great. Quite the echo. TV, my phone, my hubby's phone, all in sync. Wow. Good stuff, Moonlit. I hope you guys are doing great today, Moonlit. Thank you for joining us. So, Miss Trixie's been found. That is awesome. We got to move on because with the good news comes the bad news. And with the bad news comes the good news. So, it's a revolving door. Let's see. Next, like Arctic had stated, we have it was the EMA poster
Yes.
article. Yeah, that's the one I thought you were talking about. Okay. Oh my God. What a beautiful baby. Good Lord have mercy. She is so cute, you guys. Where do you see this little one? Oh my God. Too adorable. Look at them little eyes. God bless. She's so sweet. So this is an endangered missing advisory, folks. EMA, at-risk missing persons. We have Xylo Laviolette, age 1, 2'8", brown hair, brown eyes, and was wearing a platter shirt. Along with her mother, Savannah Laviolette, 16 years old, black hair, brown eyes, with a green hoodie. Both beautiful, beautiful children, because they're both children to me. Mother and daughter. This KC alert has been activated by the Oklahoma State Highway Patrol on behalf of Oklahoma City Police Department. Both missing children are believed to be in the area of Little Elm, Texas, possibly traveling with an unknown female in a black Dodge Charger. If seen, please contact 911 immediately. Also, it says any person with information related to a KC alert should contact law enforcement or tribal authorities by dialing 911. Please do, if you will. Yes, they're both way too young to be out there like this on their own, and who knows. So anytime you see anything on these, especially in this scenario, do your thing immediately, guys. Do not wait. Do not hesitate. Say something immediately. Contact 911. So there we go. Thanks, Arctic, for throwing that up there again. This baby is killing me. She's so adorable. My God. Look at her. Her little eyes. This breaks my heart when I see these with these children like this. I'm telling you guys, it really does. Agreed, Alicia. I hope they are found safe. I hope this is just a misunderstanding, which does happen at times. And there, I get to be able to tell you guys that they were found safe soon. That's what I'm hoping for. So again, thank you, Arctic, for that one, my friend. I appreciate it very much. We got some stories today, guys, for sure. Hold on a minute here. Again, we might as well start it off like we do. I know it bores you guys, but it's still important because some people want to know about it. And hold on a minute here. Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Oh, okay. I lost it. That's what I did. Hold still. Stop moving around. There we go. No. Good God. Wake up, Joe. What am I doing here? You guys, I didn't sleep enough. It's obvious. Okay.
I broke it.
I didn't break it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing over here this morning. Sorry. Okay. Where's he at? Where's he at? Okay, so we've been following Tropical Storm Nadine, and now Oscar. For those of you that don't remember or weren't here for it, we have been tracking that for a few days now. Well, it looks like now Oscar has taken a sharp turn, as he claims. And we're going to check it out here right now. Let's see if it's going to be a problem for any of us.
Power outages in Cuba, not due to the weather, due to the energy crisis. So thank you. If you have friends, family there that this here, one of the smallest, most compact hurricanes I've seen. This is Hurricane Oscar. It's about to make a big turn. I want to show you why in this video. And thank you for getting the word out about this in Cuba. Widespread power outages in Cuba, not due to the weather, due to the energy crisis. So thank you. If you have friends, family there that you could connect with, especially in Eastern Cuba, to get the word out about this. I do appreciate that. Over toward the Bahamas,
Thank you, SRB.
Cockburn Town, Long Island, Crooked Island, for some at least tropical storm impacts with this.
Fucking mind boggle.
Bermuda and even Canada, as this makes a big turn as we get down the road. So a lot to cover with this. And then we'll swing back to what's left of Nadine, which we were covering a lot in yesterday's video. So right through the Bahamas, of course, over 700 islands in the Bahamas. We're watching this here. It's going to dive a little bit down to the south. That very small compact hurricane Oscar moving toward eastern Cuba, and then it will swing back up toward the Atlantic, crossing parts of the Bahamas, not all of the Bahamas. The impacts are in a very small spot. So today, watching the intensity, and once this does make landfall tonight again over Cuba, of course, it's been moving over near the Turks and Caicos, and then over through the Bahamas now, and then southern Bahamas, and then swinging back toward eastern Cuba tonight. It may actually eventually dissipate. There's a chance it could completely fall apart with some of the higher terrain in eastern Cuba. That's where we have some of the tallest terrain on Cuba. Western Cuba, a whole lot flatter, central portions as well. So there is a chance it dissipates. But either way, Monday, it's going to make a big turn.
Yeah, I do got to say I agree with SRB on that. This went from this dinky little storm of nothing really to a hurricane like overnight, guys. It's prick. That's why I've been tracking this one. I'm really worried for anybody to get another storm down there this year at all. I'm hoping that these things just roll out and they don't bother anybody, but that's why we're following it. So
tomorrow, slide through parts of the central and southern Bahamas, and then lift its way near Bermuda. But there should then be another weakening trend, and it kind of gets tied into a front as we work our way into Wednesday. So a lot going on here. Again, a small area of hurricane conditions and tropical storm conditions. Turks and Caicos, we're going to be in better shape. This will move again tonight toward eastern Cuba and then make that turn through parts of the Bahamas.
That's
Northern
awesome.
Bahamas, we're in good shape. It's just that little sliver that I was mentioning where this will be eventually going over. Why is it making such a big turn? Well, high pressure is going to slide off over here. We have a trough or a front kind of sliding back toward parts of the United States. That gives this an alleyway to move right in between. And that's why it's going to make a turn. This trough or front is going to help grab it, if you will, and turn it and kind of lift it up toward Bermuda as we work our way over the next few days. So that's the setup. High pressure moves off. We have a front sliding in, and that will help grab it and steer it as we head over the next few days. Now, I mentioned how small of a hurricane this is, just incredibly small. That's why it makes it very difficult for even the models to see, and that's why I'm looking at everything in the environment. This orange shading here, those are the tropical storm force winds. The red shading, those are hurricane force winds, and that is such a tiny area, and this will kind of make its way toward eastern Cuba and then eventually swing back. So as far as the impacts go, it is a very small area that will actually be getting impacted by this. But if you're in some of the areas I was mentioning, again, New Providence, this is all mainly down to the south. Georgetown, keep an eye on some gusty winds, but mainly to the south. But in this sector here, and especially eastern Cuba, you do want to stay in place. In eastern Cuba, we're going to be dealing with those hurricane conditions coming in for tonight and early tomorrow, and watching that small impact zone with it. We'll get into Bermuda and Canada in just a moment. So as far as the maximum winds are concerned, eastern Cuba, we're looking at some of the winds that could be near 80 miles per hour, 130 kilometers an hour for a small sector. There's some of that higher terrain, though, that could eventually rip this apart totally. But if it hangs together somewhat, and it should somewhat, there'll at least be some gusty winds sliding through the south central Bahamas right in through here. Some of the winds could be around 60 miles per hour, 95 kilometers an hour. Nothing can't handle as a whole. This is not going to stall out. It's not going to be a Dorian. It's not going to do a Dorian or anything like that, not even as strong. It'll kind of work its way away. Turks and Caicos, as this moves away, some gustier winds today, 45 miles per hour or about 70 kilometers an hour. So I really like to break it down island by island. But here's that big turn, and that is kind of a crazy turn, and that's why I wanted to show you why it was going to make that turn. And then this will make its way near Bermuda. Kind of a wait and see, though, as we get a bit down the road. Now, in the short term, at least as of now, it is a hurricane. As we get a day out in time, all of the models have this weakening. That makes sense because it's going to move over land and move over the higher terrain. Tropical systems feed off of the warm water, and once it's over land, it is going to start to weaken. Some of the computer models just have this totally fall apart or get mixed into a front as this lifts up to Bermuda. Speaking of which, so in Bermuda, we're not in action mode. We're just kind of in monitor mode, keeping an eye on this. It's not going to be anything we can't handle across Bermuda, but As we get into Wednesday, we could have some tropical storm conditions sliding either right through, maybe to the south. So just monitoring its strength over the next 24 hours, seeing what's left of it as it passes over eastern Cuba by tonight and tomorrow. You see it here in the model, and I want to show you the winds in a second and the European model. Plus, of course, the rain. Look how tiny that is. Doesn't diminish how powerful it is. It is a hurricane just impacting such a small area. This is by tomorrow morning, right over eastern Cuba, and it will be very interesting to see together if Cuba kind of does its toll on this and has it really a weekend over the high terrain. And then it will start to whatever's left of it.
I can't. I have to stop this for a minute. I gotta say, Tomboy, it is absolutely amazingly hilarious with the names for her animals. She's been telling me for a while now. She's got a cat named Cat Benatar. She has another cat named Meonce. And what the hell was the other one? Kitty Purry. She just made, oh my God, it's so cute too. She just made a Vanagon, like a Volkswagen van, and made it a cat house. The cat goes in there and stays in there all day long. This is hilarious to have these conversations with her, seriously. And this thing looks just like the Volkswagen van. She's very creative. We've all seen a lot of her stuff, but that is a trip. If you could please drop me the finished video or photo on that again, dude. Tomboy, I would love to show them that. But yes, these cat names kill me. All the names she has, when she started telling me, I was losing a grip. But yeah, I want to show you guys this thing once we get through this.
It'll start to move its way back toward the north and northeast, at least some of those tropical storm conditions. I mentioned some of the winds around 60 miles per hour as it kind of lifts to the north. The American model by Tuesday morning just has this kind of getting all mixed into a front and shooting up toward the northeast. So overall, once it makes landfall again in Cuba, we will see that weakening trend with it. And then we're mainly looking at those tropical storm conditions that will be lifting up. This is by the time we get into Tuesday. So let me wind this out. This is Tuesday. As we get into Tuesday night, here's Bermuda, Atlantic region of Canada. Now, a few things going on here. Here's Quebec. You see a front that is diving by. That's that front that is helping to kind of steer this and help it go here. Now, by Wednesday, we could have at least some tropical storm conditions sliding through Bermuda. No hurricane conditions, though. And then this gets tied into a front. But that also means, while it won't be tropical at this time, it's going to be a big wind and rainmaker near Nova Scotia, watching near Prince Edward Island. Keep an eye on New Brunswick, but especially over toward Newfoundland as we work our way into Thursday. So watching us in the Atlantic region of Canada. Front comes in, kind of helps draw this moisture up. We're going to see a lot of rain, especially in the extreme Atlantic region of Canada, far eastern zones as we work our way into Thursday, potentially even early on Friday. Now, I mentioned how small it is, a compact hurricane. And you can see here, this wind field is super small. It is one of the smallest I've seen. You see those winds right in there, and that's it. So this is not going to have wide-ranging impacts, but we are thinking of our friends in eastern Cuba with some of those hurricane conditions. And then as this makes a turn, the American model is simply having trouble kind of seeing this. This is by the time we get into Monday and Tuesday. It's even hard to see. If you just looked at this map on a regular day, it'd say there's no system out there. Now, it may very well dissipate, but at the least, we'll see that chance of some of the gustier winds through parts of the central and southern Bahamas. And then we'll see this kind of lifting its way up toward Bermuda. But there is that chance it does fall apart. So you see it here on the European model. So here's Jamaica. Now, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Barbados, just picking spots. Belize, this is not coming our way. Oscar, again, highlighting parts of Cuba and the Bahamas as it leaves the area of Turks and Caicos.
Thank you to anybody that chooses to support this channel via Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. You guys definitely don't have to do it, but we do appreciate it. It keeps me running the show, pays the bills, and keeps things rolling. So I do appreciate that so very much. And thank you again, SRB, for that.
Caicos as it works off to the west. Here's what's left of Nadine, which did bring us some flooding in several areas yesterday. Now, here's high pressure. Why is this not coming to Florida, for example? Well, high pressure is locked in. That's been a big player acting as a blocker. But I mentioned high pressure is going to kind of start to shift. So let me get into a Monday. This is tomorrow. Here's the spot here. Lots of weakening, showing that as it makes landfall over parts of Cuba. So there it is right there. This is by the time we get into Monday afternoon. Now, it's left of Nadine. If there's a little circulation left, it'll keep its name. If the circulation falls apart, though, totally over the higher terrain of Mexico, it'll get a new name on the eastern Pacific side, but I'm not seeing this kind of swinging back into Mexico. Show you that on the big picture. But here we go. This is by the time we get into Tuesday. Now, by Tuesday, you can see these steering conditions. High pressure starts to slide off. That's what I was showing you earlier. And then we see our next front that will be moving in. So this is why it's going to make a turn, that big blocker. The blocker is still in place as a whole for the United States, but that area of high pressure starts to slide off. We're going to see a front that moves in, and that front is going to help to kind of steer this as that area of high pressure wiggles off to the east. So it gives it that pattern. It gives it that alleyway to make its turn and work its way up closer to Bermuda. But it's really going to be in different fashion as it moves through the Bahamas tomorrow into Tuesday and then making its way toward Bermuda, it gets kind of tied into the front. So it's really going to start to lose its tropical characteristics. It doesn't even look like a tropical system at this time on Wednesday. Here's Bermuda right here. So kind of a sloppy mess that could be nearby as this area starts to work its way up there. So this here again by Wednesday, the front is going to grab this, kind of steer it up into this direction. And then watching the Atlantic region of Canada is really going to enhance the winds and rain I mentioned later in the upcoming week for the Atlantic region of Canada as that continues to lift its way up to the north. Now, this developed right over a very warm pocket of water. Look at the waters in the Gulf of Mexico because of Helene, Nadine. Again, the Gulf overall, the water temps have gone down. But this spot right here in the Atlantic, you can see here some of those water temperatures, 30, even 31 degrees Celsius. So Oscar was able to really feed off of those warm water temperatures of about 86, 87, even 88 degrees Fahrenheit. That gave it that fuel. And that's why I kind of went from nothing to something very quickly. And you see it right there. Here's the broader picture. Now, unsettled weather, Barbados, Grenada, we'll see some scattered showers and storms through Trinidad. Here's what's left of that broad circulation now. It got ripped apart, of course, as it moved over land. This is Nadine, still watching out for areas of rain and storms, the Yucatan, watching over toward Belize, and then swinging back near Guatemala and Mexico. So if a part of the circulation does stay together, it'll eventually get named Nadine again on the Pacific side. But if it doesn't, if it's just kind of the leftover rain and the circulation really fizzles out, it'll get a new name on the Eastern Pacific side. But I'm not seeing this kind of swinging back, but this area will at least redevelop. So here's Oscar watching out for scattered areas of rain and storms that are going to approach us for the upcoming week in the Eastern Caribbean. This here is by the time we get into Monday. There is Oscar right there. This is what's left of Nadine. You see that moisture kind of pulling over toward the Eastern Pacific side. So as we go from Monday and Tuesday, you can see some redevelopment. We have that crossover system right there. There's that redevelopment, but this area should continue to work away on Tuesday, working away from Mexico. And then here is that sloppy mess as we work our way into Tuesday. What's left of Oscar right there. But for us in the Eastern Caribbean, you see some showers possible. Dominica, back through St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, scattered areas of rain as we get into the week ahead. Now, getting down the list of names pretty quickly, at least as of late, this October has been wild to say the least, so devastating with the likes of Milton. And again, we were watching Helene, the whole season, Beryl, Debbie, just incredible, incredible in the bad sense of the term, hurricanes that we've had this year. So Nadine falling apart and then kind of regenerating in the Pacific. We have Oscar out there. The next name on the list is Patty. Hurricane season goes all the way through the end of November, and those water temperatures I just showed you still very, very warm. So I do expect some additional spin-ups as we go through the rest of the season. Of course, the higher waves, higher seas as we work our way near where Oscar is. The Atlantic waters, though, really building as we get into the week ahead. This is Wednesday as what's left of Oscar kind of makes its way up toward Bermuda and the Atlantic region of Canada. Those seas are going to be building. This here is on Thursday. So think of our boaters and mariners out there. As far as the rain is concerned, this yellow shading in here, even almost that green shading, as this moves over East Cuba and makes its turn, it's going to be over Eastern Cuba for a little while. And that means we could get upwards of 10 inches of rain or 250 millimeters of rain. Fortunately, as it does accelerate over parts of the Bahamas, that'll help kind of keep some of the rain totals down. But still this white and black shading in here. So South Central Bahamas, we're looking at some spots of 100 to 150 millimeters of rain or 4 to 6 inches of some rain to keep you covered on that. Keep me posted in the comments across the Bahamas. And we're thinking of our friends in Eastern Cuba with those power outages. Keep me posted in the comments on what you're getting, and we'll go back and forth as we go throughout the day. Now, all of this thing just to the north of Haiti. So Haiti, Oscar's not coming our way. It stays away for Haiti, the Dominican Republic. I mentioned Jamaica, Cayman Islands. Oscar's not going to take a dive down. I showed you why it's going to do kind of what it will do. But still those spotty showers, and you see a little purple showing up as we get into the upcoming week. Guadeloupe, Dominica, south. We're going to get some totals around 75 millimeters of rain or 3 inches of rain. Could be a little bit more. Barbados, St. Lucia, down through Trinidad, it's going to be unsettled. No organized system here, but scattered areas of rain, even northern sections of Guyana, northeastern sections of Venezuela, Suriname, rain chance stays relatively low. Here's that rain headed back toward Mexico, and you still see some spots here, 200 millimeters of rain or 8 inches of rain right in through here with the remnants of Nadine crossing from Mexico back into the Pacific side. Mexico City north, not a whole lot, and of course, Texas, just way too dry. So Jamaica, those scattered areas of rain and storms, about a 50, maybe 60% chance the next 2 days. Oscar stays away, same thing Cayman Islands, watching out for that chance of some spotty showers and storms. And there's that 40 to 50% chance for today into the upcoming week for Trinidad and Tobago. So while it's not any named system nearby, we'll see that chance of some scattered areas of rain. Could get a couple stronger thunderstorms as well. Barbados, St. Lucia, about a 50% chance over the next 3 days, 50% chance in Grenada. So the scattered areas of rain and storms, St. Vincent and the Grenadines into the upcoming week, that moisture coming in from the Atlantic, Martinique, about a 50% chance over the next 2 days, and a 40 to 50% chance of scattered showers and storms across Dominica, 50 50% chance of the next 2 days in Guadalupe. In the next couple of days, Antigua and Barbuda, about a 40% chance, passing variety of showers. St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, 30 to 40% chance into the upcoming week. We do that again in Anguilla and St. Bart's. Rain chance today, 30%, St. Martin, Saba, and Statia, about a 40% chance for our Monday, 30 to 40% chance of some spotty showers and storms across Jamaica, kind of hit or miss. Could see a few U.S. and British Virgin Islands, breezy, watching the elevated seas. Bahamas, of course, highlighting that northern Bahamas were doing better, watching the central and southern Bahamas for the impacts of Oscar, but kind of a small area of impacts. Turks and Caicos, all of the action.
That's a good question, Noelle. I haven't seen her in a long time. I hope she's okay. I don't know. It's a good question, though. I've thought about a lot of people I haven't seen in a while. I just wondered if they were doing okay. I hope they are, but thank you for asking, Noelle.
Now moving away as it works its way toward Cuba. Dominican Republic, 30 to 40% chance. And you see as we work our way to Haiti, just an isolated chance of a shower, both today and tomorrow. Belize, still very unsettled with what's left of Nadine, working its way back through Mexico. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, rain chance about 20 to 30%. It may get a little higher by the time we get into the middle of the upcoming week. Northern sections of Guyana, better chance of some rain. And if we get a few showers around in Suriname, best chance will be in our northern sections. Now we swing back toward Cuba. Of course, the hurricane impacts extreme eastern Cuba as we go over the next 24 hours. Costa Rica, Panama, rain chance about a 60%, 50% chance as we slide through Nicaragua, about a 50% chance as we get through Honduras today and tomorrow. Guatemala, more unsettled with the remnants of Nadine. Most of that is just to the north of El Salvador, but still those scattered areas of rain and storms. Mexico City, we're up to about a 50% chance tomorrow, 40% chance as we work our way into Tuesday. Rain chance, 60% across the Yucatan today, unsettled with what's left of Nadine. Northern Colombia, 30 to 40% chance, 30% chance as we get into northern Venezuela. And as we work our way to Bermuda, we'll be watching over toward Wednesday to see if most of this moisture is just to the south or just simply moves in with a better chance of rain. Excuse me, my puppy's trying to get some water. Here, there you go. Okay, all right, we get a look at Hurricane Oscar right here, watching those impacts today, which I did highlight. Very tiny hurricane, but it will make that curve. And I did show you why. And we'll be watching near Bermuda and in the Atlantic region of Canada as we get into the upcoming week. And what's left of Nadine working its way west into the Pacific. So thank you for getting the word out about Oscar, especially with what's going on in Cuba with the widespread power outages. So if you could just kind of get that correct information out to our friends in Cuba, I do really appreciate that. Thinking of everyone best I can. So stay well and have a good day ahead.
All right. So that's what's going on. If anybody could understand him with how fast he was talking. That's what's going on with the storm. So just let's keep an eye on it. And here I gotta show this. I love this. Tomboy, she did make her Vanagon, even with the surfboard for her cats. How about that, folks?
That is so cute.
It says no dogs on the license plate. I love it. Surfboard and all. She's super talented, guys. She does this stuff all day long. It looks great, Tomboy. It does. And then there's to see it from the other side, I think. And the cat names are what kills me, truly. Yeah, that's the side of it. There's the doors. You did a good job. I don't know if you threw any blankets or anything in there, but if I had something like that to crawl into every day, I don't think I'd come out either. So Cat Benatar and Kitty Purry, I hope they're enjoying their new Vanagon. Thank you, Tomboy, so very much. You still awake with us, Mom, or did you go back to sleep?
No, I'm awake.
All right.
That is
good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, Mom. What'd you say?
I love that little band. Tomboy does amazing
She does.
craftiness work.
She's made so much cool stuff, guys. This thing she made for me with my logo on it, and it looks perfect. It's a little bag or a satchel, whatever you want to call it, to put stuff in. My favorite, though, still, is this right here. Dago's True Crime with Donuts and Coffee, which was before I even started this show, the morning show. And look at these donuts. I'm telling you. I wanted to eat them. They looked real. So this sits right here next to me. Very cool. Very cool. That's such great stuff. And of course, my favorite pen, because I'm a huge Scooby-Doo fan. She made my wife's and Caden some stuff too. She makes all sorts of stuff like this. Always doing something. She's awesome. I'm telling you, you need to have an Etsy store, Tomboy. Probably make a killing with the stuff that you do. She makes cups like what we have, like Mom has and I have, but she does her own little designs on them. They're a lot bigger too. They're more like this size, I think I've seen. Roll Tide. I just keep Mom's cup here so I can show everybody and advertise it. Michael, you're still alive, partying out there over the weekend. You're good. Good to see you. We have names for all the strays: Tweedledee and Cheeto and Cheeto Jr., Cooter, and a bunch of others. Awesome. I just have my one cat, Oliver, like Oliver and Company. Leslie says, Dago, I love you. Thank you for always being here. I miss you so when you're gone for an hour. Well, thank you, Leslie. I appreciate that. I love you too very much. Yes, Storm Cooter. Cooter. It's Cooter Kitty. My cups are all glitter and epoxy, though. I know, but they look really cool. She's done some really cool stuff with them. Very cool. Very talented. Leslie, thank you so much. That's from Curtains. Well, I appreciate that. Tell Curtains I said thank you for the super chat, Leslie. I appreciate that very much. My niece just got accepted. Hell yeah, Roll Tide. Even though we lost, I'm okay with that. And of course, Kimber had to contact me immediately because she's a Volunteers fan out of Tennessee. I was so angry. Football is not what I want it to be this year. So, all right. Let's move forward today. Oh, cool. She did send some pictures. That's awesome. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what Tomboy does. My wife loves gnomes, like the yard gnomes and the little ZZ Top looking dudes. Thank you. These are some of the cups that Tomboy has made. How many of these aren't cool? Look at the little gnome sitting in the flamingo raft. There's your little straw and the thing. These are so neat. She sculpts all this stuff out and then paints it and designs it and does all that epoxy stuff, and boom. That's one of them. And hold on here. This one here is really kind of cool too. I love this. It looks like a cauldron, handcrafted witch's brew. Oh, you guys can't see that. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Sorry. Wake up, Dago. Stop staying up till 3 a.m. There we go. Handcrafted witch's brew. Drink at your own risk. And it's got a little thing down there. And it looks like a cauldron bubbling over. And then, you got your top and your lid for it. And it's all glossed. That I can't think of what the hell. Sealed within the epoxy and stuff. And it's all glittery and stuff. Very cool. Many a things she's made like this. She does a great job on it. It is. She does really good stuff, guys. I'm very talented. I'm telling you, you need an Etsy store. You would make a killing. For as much stuff as you make, I think you do amazing. Oh, and it glows in the dark too. That witch's one. Very neat. Very neat. There's a lot of talented people in here that does this kind of stuff. Of course, Mom's sister, Drifty, she does all this kind of stuff too, and the t-shirts and stuff. You guys are amazing. Okay. Let's see what we got going on today. Plenty of stuff to talk about, for sure. Let's jump into this because we've talked about this one before. Part of this, I should say. Not this exact part, but some of it. Yes, Mom has a store as well. Very cool t-shirts and all sorts of stuff in there you can get. So you guys remember we talked about the accusations against Garth Brooks a couple weeks back, I think it was. You probably could, Taylor. You probably could. A lot of people do. Well, update on this now is it says Garth Brooks rape case twist. Country singer brazenly submits a photo of sex attack accuser, despite being slammed for publicly revealing her name. He just looks dark in this picture here, which is weird to me. But he submitted a photo of his sex attack accuser days after being slammed for revealing her name. RadarOnline.com can reveal the country superstar 62 included a 2022 magazine interview by his accuser and ex-hairstylist who goes by the pseudonym Jane Roe in his amended lawsuit, as well as an image of the pair posed up together. The controversial move was a bid to block Roe's attempt to trigger sanctions on the singer after he earlier revealed her name in his lawsuit against her. Brooks' lawyer said that there is no cause to award sanctions against Mr. Brooks or his counsel. Mr. Brooks was entitled to amend his complaint. A judge has yet to rule on his, but the move is set to infuriate Roe and her lawyers, who are already seething after the singer revealed his accuser's real name. Brooks filed a federal lawsuit against the accuser in September using the pseudonym John Doe for himself and Jane Roe for the hairstylist. He claimed Roe had threatened to make false allegations of sexual assault and demanded the court find her allegations were false and prevent the hairstylist from bringing a public lawsuit. Roe then filed a separate lawsuit against Brooks for sexual assault in Los Angeles Superior Court. In her complaint, she named the country singer as the defendant. Days later, Brooks amended his lawsuit to include the name of Roe, much to the disbelief of her lawyers, who accused the star of naming Roe to retaliate, harm, and subject her two victims, shaming and blaming. Her lawyer added the egregious. God, I'm so tired today. Egregious conduct must not be condoned, and Brooks and his counsel shall be responsible for penalties imposed by this court. As a result, Roe asked the court to seal the documents with her name immediately. But Brooks hit back, saying Roe already agreed to use her name in litigation. He said Roe refused to keep both of their names sealed when he filed his federal lawsuit. And she told the court she was willing to identify herself if the court believed that was necessary to deny Brooks' request to proceed as John Doe. His lawyer said no law, statute, or rule obligated Mr. Brooks to file his original complaint or his amended complaint with pseudonyms or under seal. He initially used pseudonyms for both parties in the original complaint and immediately moved for leave for both parties to proceed under pseudonyms in an effort to protect both parties and their families from any harm resulting from public disclosure of Roe's attempted extortion of Mr. Brooks. RadarOnline.com revealed last week a cover of Brooks' song Friends in Low Places was pulled from a country music special on the Late Late Show. Network bosses decided to scrap the performance after news broke regarding sexual assault lawsuit filed by Roe. Now, I'm going to say something with this, okay? Because we've seen this happen more than once. But, hey, Phil, welcome. What the hell? Under suspicion of being droids, Dago artifacts and monsters apparently do not require sleep, as mere mortals do. Illegitimate love children or circus freaks, perhaps. Sure, could be. I think we're just so used to doing what we do, like we do, that the sleep thing doesn't exist. And not to mention, I'm used to not sleeping normal hours because of being in the fire service. I was always up and down at weird hours, so. But I am dragging ass today. I'll say that much. It's okay. I will get through it and I'll be fine. So here's what I was going to say about this, though. We've seen this happen to stars, actors, musicians a lot, but I'm not saying, here's the problem with this, is because it does happen a lot and there are some people that try to take advantage of who these people are to make money, it's hard to see through sometimes what's right, what's wrong, what's true, what's false. And I hate to ever discount anybody that makes this allegation against somebody and say that they're lying. I don't like doing that, because if it is true, that's a horrible thing, folks. But we don't know. He's the way he's acted about this whole thing within doing this and doing that. There's a possibility he's trying to make it seem like that's what she's doing. Okay. But at the same time, we don't know, because we do know that the man kind of cheated on his first wife, and with who he's with now. And I think that even ended too. I don't even know at this point. So
I think he's still with Trisha, but it would not put me past Garth. I mean, there's been rumors that have circulated for a little while now, so it would not surprise me any that he's capable of doing that.
Of course, and that's what I'm saying. It's hard to tell what it is or isn't. You know, if this woman is doing this just to try to get rich off of him, shame on you. Because there's people that are really going through this on a daily basis. But at the same time, with that being said, if this really happened, then shame on him, because this is another example of somebody that has money and power using that to gain certain things in life that we just definitely shouldn't be doing. So, SRB says, I'm just holding my breath that my Eminem isn't ruined. I hope he never has a part in this. You know, I don't see that happening. Eminem is so, how can I explain what I'm trying to think here? He's so independent within himself, within the industry, and he always has been, that I can't imagine him playing part in any of this bullshit that goes on within the industry either. I think he's I don't know. You know, I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking on this. I truly don't, but I just don't see that with him. I could be wrong. You know, a lot of people have accused Tom Hanks of being involved in some shady shit with this, and I love Tom Hanks. It would break my heart. You know, I've idolized him for years.
But I mean, in fairness, rumors circulate around celebrities all the time. Like I was watching someone that's on one of the drama channels on YouTube, that the commentary channels, and they were saying that Rachel Ray allegedly is worse than Ellen DeGeneres in person.
I've heard that same thing, which is almost damn near impossible to believe. Ellen, I can almost believe it based on how she acts, but Rachel comes off as the sweetest person on the planet. But then again, let's back up a little bit and remember Paula Deen, okay? Paula Deen, I thought, was like everybody's sweet old grandmother that, you know, just loved everybody. And look what happened with her. I mean, so I don't know, guys. It's hard to see these things happen. I'm telling you, I'll go back to the original. The first time that I was, you know, shelter shocked with this stuff, or not shelter shocked, but you know what I'm trying to say. When Bill Cosby was accused of what he did and was convicted of it, okay? I couldn't believe it, because, like I said, Bill Cosby for the longest was America's dad, you know, Dr. Huxtable. He had the perfect family, and, you know, the way he acted, everybody looked up to Bill Cosby, picture pages and all the Cosby kids and all that stuff. And then that all came out, and it just like ruined it for me. You know, it ruins your outlook on these people and the things that they do for others, you know. And it's like, damn, Bill Cosby, really? I just couldn't picture it. But I mean, honestly, but they are, and that's a great statement too, Zelda. And that's the hard part right there. That's where it comes into play, is we have to remember these people are normal human beings just like the rest of us. Okay, they just have more money, more power, and they're in the public eye. So very true, very true.
But I mean, to play devil's advocate, Bill was just looking for a place to put his pudding pop.
I knew something was coming. I knew something was coming. I love it. Yeah, he was. Like you always said, it's in the pudding. Yeah, not anymore, obviously, right? It was so sad when Paula Deen's. Yeah, truly it was. like I said, she was like everybody's sweet grandmother teaching you how to cook every day, guys. And then that happened, and I was like, damn, really? So you just don't know, and that's why we can't, we can't look past these things just because of who these people are, SRB. Oh, Arctic. Oh my God. I love it, love it, love it. Guys, speaking of which, you guys are gonna have to see this channel. I'm telling you. I was dying last night. So anyway, that's the story with Garth. We'll see what comes from that, if anything else comes out of it. Who knows? It could end up like Diddy. This could be the countryside of all this. You know what I mean? Who knows? Or it could be nothing. I don't really know a lot of Paula Deen outside of her recipes. I heard about her racist comment. If I need one, I go to her. She has the best. She did. She does. Truly. But people make mistakes, guys. Thank you, SRB, very much for that, guys. Please make sure that you like, subscribe to this, share this out if you will, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything we do here. And again, there is Arctic's link, guys. Thank you for that again. So yeah, it is what it is, folks. We look to these people. A lot of us have looked up to these people our whole lives. Hell, I remember finding a story out about, for those of you that probably should remember him. Does anybody in here remember Captain Kangaroo? Mom, Arctic, anybody?
Yeah, my mom was actually on an episode of Captain Kangaroo.
That is awesome. Well,
yep. She used to get checks in the mail. Like they were like $5.
Okay.
When they would show it.
Royalty checks, right?
Uh-huh.
That's awesome. So yeah, Captain Kangaroo, Mr. Green Jean, whatever else was on that show. Like, I looked up to him when I was a little kid, thinking he was like just, the cat's meow. And there was things that came out about him, and it comes out about a lot of these people. So it's like a wake up call. It's like, oh shit, really? So that's just part of what life is about, I guess, guys. So I don't know. I don't know. Wake up in 84. It's great to see you in here again today. I appreciate you so very much. So very much. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Very cool. Here's another one of, real quick, let me show you this, guys. Another one of Tomboy's creations that she has made. I think it's very neat. This is another one of those tumbler cups. Welcome, Fred Dorfma. Good to see you. The designs are really cool. What did that say? F what? Hold on. Fuck off. Oh, fuck off all the way. That's hilarious. I like that. Or fuck all the way off. I'm sorry. That's even better. And then, like I said, there's a lid and the cup or the straw that goes with it. The designs are really good. She's very talented. I love it. Thank you again, Tomboy, for showing that. Thank you, SRB. Anybody that wants to jump into the Discord, that's how you do it right there. Email Miss Brandy at mama350@aol.com. Title it Discord link and state your YouTube name, please. We do ask that you keep your YouTube name somewhere all on your name if you're coming to the Discord so we know who you are. I appreciate that very much. So if you guys want to join us in the Discord, please feel free. We'd love to have you. That's how you do it. Mr. Green Jeans. Yes. I don't know. I looked up Mr. Rogers. There wasn't anything. Of all people. When those movies about him came out and so on and so forth, people tried. There's nothing that Mr. Rogers did. Mr. Rogers was an amazing person, I think. There was even some dirt that I found that came out about, do you guys remember the painter, Bob
Ross.
Bob Ross. There was some crazy shit that came out about him, and he was, you know, Mr. Happy Little Tree and this and that and everything else. But it's out about lots of people. I couldn't find shit on Mr. Rogers, folks. I really couldn't. Fred Rogers, nothing other than there was an interview with his wife, and she talked about how amazing he was to everyone, and that, you know, his legacy is going to leave behind something that doesn't exist for a lot of other people. So I just, he was real. I think he was a very
Now,
good person.
Bob Ross,
Didn't they make a
I
movie
feel
about him
bad
too?
for him because he kind of did not want to do his show for as long as he did,
Right.
and because they made him perm his hair. That was
Yep.
not his idea, and he hated that. He hated that hairstyle, and by the time, you know, he said, you know, I'm going to change this, it was too late because all his art products had already been put out with that image of him with that perm on him, and so he kept it for the duration of his show.
Yeah. They even came out with a chia pet that looked like that with the hair. You know what I mean? I heard, what I read was that he had a very bad drinking problem and that there was slight violence in his life back in the earlier days and things like that. But I don't know what else. You know how this stuff goes, you guys. Yeah. There you go. Brutally knows. Seen a lot of bad stuff in the military. And he said he left it behind and decided to be what he ended up doing. But some of that stuff that he had seen in the military caused him to, you know, have the drinking issue. And then there was a little bit of DV from what I read. But they used him for what he was. I agree. He was an amazing painter. I loved watching him. I learned things from him because I was into art a lot, and I learned a lot of stuff that he did. And it's just like all his stuff turned out so awesome. Right. Severe PTSD. Exactly. He was able to paint happy little trees. That's right. You'll always remember Bob Ross for that. My dad loves him too. He always did. He's very relaxing, guys. I mean, literally, you could sit and watch one of his shows and just drift off and feel content as all hell. His voice and all that, you know, pretty wild. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, there was something going around about him being a Marine sniper. But there was also some other stuff that came out about when he was in Vietnam, I thought it was, that he saw some stuff that caused his like PTSD or something. So thank you again, Ms. Zelda, for gifting that membership. I didn't see who got it. Well, I probably could if I would move this. Hold on. Let me check here real quick. Give me a moment, and then we'll get back to what we're doing. Oh, I did it again. What is wrong with me? I am slow and behind today, folks. I really am. Stop doing that, computer. All right, let's check one more time over here. Miss Taylor got that membership, so congrats, Mrs. Taylor or Miss Taylor. Oh, whatever I say, not Miss Taylor with Stitch and Bitchin' and more, but just Taylor. So congratulations, Taylor. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you, and we appreciate that, Miss Zelda. Thank you so much, and God bless, dear. Mine didn't either, Stormy, but I tried. I tried really hard. He didn't have to put any effort into his paintings, truly. It didn't seem like it did anything, and their stuff just looked super amazing. My trees looked like Slim Jims on there compared to what his did, and it was just horrible, but I tried. I'll say that much. I did try. All right. Moving on. Let's see what else we got here. Again, thank you, Miss Delta. That's so awesome of you. All right, Arctic. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting story for sure, guys. Current events going on around the world. 3 deputies arrested after inmate pepper sprayed and battered East Baton Rouge Sheriff says. Now, this has been going on so often, guys, much more often than we we've seen. But again, it goes back to the same theory of all these things that have been going on forever. We just didn't see it before because we didn't have the internet and social media. So you don't know. 3 deputies with the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office were fired and then arrested Friday after multiple inmates were reportedly pepper sprayed and battered while they were handcuffed. The Sheriff's Office reported Elijah Christopher, 25, Noah Jenkins, 23, and Julius Connor, 25, worked security at the Paris prison prior to their arrests. The 3 were terminated from the department before being arrested on counts of malfeasance in office. Malfeasance in office and simple battery. The arrests come after 2 incidents, one on June 5th and the other on July 18th, in which handcuffed inmates reportedly, were pepper sprayed and struck. Christopher acted alone in the July 18th incident, while all 3 involved in the June 5th attack, according to arrest records. The sheriff's office began an investigation into the trio on October 18th after a tip about alleged misconduct with personnel at the parish prison. Christopher's phone was seized and provided video evidence of one of the incidents, an arrest warrant states. On June 5th, Jenkins pepper sprayed and handcuffed an inmate in the face. I'm sorry, I can't read today to save my life. On June 5th, Jenkins pepper sprayed a handcuffed inmate in the face after Connor had the inmate exit his cell. Christopher and Connor allegedly laughed at the inmate before Connor pushed him back into his cell. Christopher then reportedly instructed Connor to spray the inmate again. He jumped up and down with laughter and excitement as the inmate was being sprayed, according to an arrest warrant. What the hell? The deputies then entered the inmate's cell where Connor and Christopher allegedly struck the inmate in the face and head multiple times, possibly causing injuries, the warrant states. The inmate did not resist, attempt to fight back, or act in an aggressive manner towards any of the deputies, the warrant states. No report of the above incident was submitted by the deputies at the end of the workday. A video was found on Christopher's phone documenting the July 18th incident. Christopher can allegedly be seen slapping the inmate on the left side of his face before the video ends. According to an arrest warrant, the inmate was reportedly observed with orange liquid running down the sides of his face, consistent with the look of pepper spray. This is disgusting, you guys. Like, talk about abuse of power, and this happens more and more every day. More and more every day. And then people wonder, once again, why nobody trusts or wants to do what law enforcement wants them to do, or in prisons, why things happen. This is ridiculous. It really is. Thank you, Zelda, very much, dear. Yes, I did, Cap. Grady Judd, when he did his bust on Disney employees with human trafficking, was great.
Oh, imagine that. Disney being involved in trafficking. Who would have thought?
Yeah, right. I know. Isn't it? What do you guys think of this, Mom, Arctic, about this prison thing?
I mean, it doesn't come as a surprise. We've covered several stories like this. This is just like not quite as bad, but it reminds me of the case we talked about the other morning with the deaf guy that had the cerebral palsy. So,
yep. Yeah, and like I said, we're seeing it time and time again now, and it's becoming more and more like in our faces. So you got to wonder, how long have things like this been going on? And it seems like because they keep getting away with these things again and again, it's just going to continue to happen. So.
And then there was that mom, was it in Alabama? I don't remember, but the mom whose son was arrested, and then they buried him in a pauper's grave, and that was like about 8 months ago, and she was on.
Say that again?
There was a guy that was arrested on some bullshit charge. I don't even remember what it was, like disturbing the peace or something. Don't hold me to that, y'all. And she had tried to report her son missing or something. And
wow.
the whole time he was in jail, and he died in jail. And then they buried him in a pauper's grave.
Oh yeah,
And
I
she kept
remember that
pushing.
case. I remember that. There was
Mhm.
also
Yeah.
where they found a whole cemetery full of like 400 inmates that were only marked by little poles, no numbers, no nothing,
Yep.
no names, nothing. Um, and a lot of those families had reported them missing or what
Yep.
have you, but they were never even, the families were never even notified that these prisoners had passed away or anything. They made
Yeah.
no attempt to identify them. And of course, they had to have records on who those people were. They were in their prison. So,
Yep. I remember covering that. It was horrible. There was a lot of people found on that property, they stated. It's insane. It just doesn't make sense how this stuff. I mean, it makes sense how it happens, but why? You know what I mean? It'll blow your mind because again, these are the people that we trust every single day to do the things they're supposed to do, and they just don't do it. So unbelievable. Very sickening stuff. Um, all right, guys, let's get on to the next little story we got going on. One moment here. Excuse me. This one here. Crazy stuff, folks. It's hard to believe that these people exist. It really does, that do these things that we're looking at here. But it is true. Very true. Wait till you hear this story. Woman kills pregnant friend, tears baby from the womb, and then pretends to give birth herself. Wow. Seriously. Wow.
we had a story like that out of Arkansas last year or the year before last, where the pregnant woman had met someone on Facebook. They befriended each other, and she killed the mother and took the baby. I mean, it happens. There was another case besides that one that I know of. There's been several cases where that happens. It's crazy.
It's insane. And then to turn around and pretend like you gave birth. You didn't, you weren't pregnant for 9 damn months. People had to have noticed that, and all of a sudden you give birth to a baby. Although I do know my wife, one of my wife's good friends, she was a heavier set girl, but not really big, okay? And she was at work one day and she called I think I told some of you guys this before. She called my wife called her and she was like, "Hey, I ain't heard from you in a while. How you doing?" So on and so forth, that kind of stuff. She's like, "Well, I'm in the hospital right now." And she's like, "Well, what's the matter? You okay?" She goes, I don't know. I had a baby." Huh? Like what? What do you mean? My wife had seen her like 4 or 5 days before that. And they had hung out in this net. So yeah, her name was Tracy. She delivered a baby, 9 months, but everything was healthy, everything was good. Did not know she was pregnant at all for that whole 9 months. And I'm like, how do you as a woman not know that you're carrying a baby in your body? Like you guys, women know that they feel when they're pregnant. You know what I mean? And she had had a child before, so she knew that feeling, but she said she had no idea that she was pregnant and just started having stomach pain. Went to the hospital because it was really bad. She had it for like 2 days. Went to the hospital and she was in labor and gave birth to a healthy baby boy. I think it was 8 or 9 pounds. It's a big boy. And like I said, she was a heavier set girl, but I even saw her. She didn't look pregnant like she was carrying a baby. She just looked like herself. It didn't like gorge out like it typically does. It was crazy to me. 9 months and you had no clue. Blew my mind. Completely blew my mind. Welcome, Miss Noni. Great to see you. Why does Gypsy Rose enter my mind? I feel like this is something she would do. Oh yeah, same thing, same here. Exotic welcome says Taylor Parker's the youngest woman on death row in Texas for doing that. That's just sick. So sick. So this story, let's read this here. Alicia says some people don't. There's a lot of reasons they don't feel it. Tilted uterus, baby position, lots of different factors. It's just so wild, It does make sense. Lisa Montgomery was in federal inmate executed. Thank you, Tomboy. That's wild stuff, though, to think of. So this crazy person Paula Ferreira Mello was found murdered without her unborn child in her womb. Police have arrested Josiane de Oliveira Jardum after she turned up at the hospital and pretended the baby was hers. A woman allegedly lured a pregnant mom to her flat and killed her before ripping her unborn baby out of her stomach. Paula Mello, 25, from Brazil, is believed to have been horrifically killed by an acquaintance who had planned to steal her baby and pretend it was her own. The suspect, Josiane Jardum, was busted after she turned up at the hospital with the victim's blood smeared between her legs and a baby in tow. Oh my God, that is so sick. She even did that. Medics sadly pronounced him dead and alerted the police after tests revealed that she hadn't given birth to the newborn boy. Cops stormed into her flat, found the biological mother lifeless under the bed and wrapped in plastic. Jesus. Paula was set to give birth to her second child, Endrick, on November 5th. According to police, the suspect invited her around to her apartment to offer her a pushchair on Monday, October 14th. Paula died at the young age of 25. Jesus. In the flat in Porto Alegre, she allegedly struck Paula in the head, cut open her belly, and ripped baby from her womb. She then allegedly staged a scene to make it look like she'd given birth in her living room by putting the infant and Paula's blood between her legs. Her neighbors called for an ambulance, and Josiane, 42, and the newborn were taken to the hospital in the city. She was arrested at the hospital in the early hours of Tuesday morning. Local media say she was expected to be charged with homicide, concealment of a body, and child destruction. Wow. Paula leaves behind an 8-year-old daughter. She was also the adoptive mom of her sister's 3-year-old daughter. Her brother-in-law, Bruno Lopez, told local media that she had already bought nappies, clothes, and toys for the infant. The only thing left for her to get was a pushchair, Bruno said. I think she decided to go and collect the item from the killer's house. Hold on, guys. Sorry, folks. My son was talking to me. She decided to go and collect the item from the killer's house because it was nearby. Paula lived just a few streets away from this woman and probably thought there wouldn't be an issue going over. Unfortunately, out of naivety, not being naive, she was lured in and murdered by monsters. Josiane's partner has also been taken into custody as his possible involvement in the crime is investigated. The police say Josiane dreamed of having a baby. She began pretending to be pregnant in August and even showed her partner ultrasound images. Lead investigator Griselia Zanelli said she had a history of trying to get pregnant but failing. She is said to have lost a child some time ago. Griselia believes Josiane hatched the harrowing plan at least 2 months before the crime date. She told local media that she approached Paula specifically on her own birthday. She decided that the baby would be born on the same day. Any suggestion that this was accidental is ruled out. It was completely premeditated. Paula's husband, Eduardo, is said to be crushed by the crime, Bruno said. The couple was in a happy place, looking forward to having their first biological child together. My brother is devastated. Paula was laid to rest in Porto Alegre on Wednesday, and her uncle Carlos Alberto Lopez says she was such a happy girl, always laughing. That is unbelievable to me, you guys. Like, there are some sick-ass people out here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not unbelievable. It is believable, but it's just unreal that this shit happens.
I hope Gypsy Rose don't have any pregnant friends. Otherwise, they better stay clear of her for the next several months.
100%. 100%. I mean, it really does bring to mind something Gypsy Rose would do. I hate to say that, but right.
I don't put it past her.
I don't either. I that's the problem. That's what I'm nervous about. It's for her to not be pregnant and then have to come up with a way to prove that she was pregnant and do some crazy shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see here. Next story. This one's a little crazy too. 1 second. All right, let's see here. Sorry. Guys, give me 1 second. My son's running the vacuum in the background. I don't want to distract you.
Brutally honest, I agree with that too. That terrifies the hell out of me. Not to be ugly or out of pocket, but
That's what I'm worried about too.
The thought of her being pregnant or around a child, period, just gives me extreme concern.
Well, and then, she's got that chromosomal disorder that she's likely to pass on to her child, too. So, I mean, the fact that
Sorry,
she's
guys.
been trying to
Jesus.
get knocked up by every man she's ever been with is just not good common sense, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
Absolutely. So, this story here, stranger bites off part of screaming teenage girl's face in front of horrified bus passengers. And again, trigger warning, graphic images. So real quick, guys, just so you know.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
I don't think it'll bother you guys, but it is a little bit gross, so just saying. All right, so Ella Dowling, 19, was on her usual bus home when Darren Taylor, 53, began making comments about her and her friends before he launched the frenzied attack. The 19-year-old suffered a horrific attack on a bus when a stranger bit off part of her face, leaving her requiring 50 stitches. November of last year, Ella Dowling boarded her usual bus home when a fellow passenger, 53-year-old Darren Taylor, began making remarks about her and her friends. Excuse me. As Ella sat down, Taylor grasped her face and repeatedly bit her nose and mouth during a terrifying 5-minute ordeal. With the assistance of her friends, Ella managed to break free, and Taylor was restrained by bystanders until the police arrived. He was arrested for causing grievous bodily harm with intent after leaving Ella's left nostril and part of her lip severely injured.
Jesus.
This is weird ass freaking people turning into zombies out here, you guys. It's a very pretty girl too, you know. I mean, not that matters, but still. The right side of her lip was also split open, and she had visible bite marks on her nose and mouth. Ella was rushed to Cheltenham Hospital before being transferred to Gloucester Hospital for emergency surgery in March of 2024. Taylor appeared at Gloucester Crown Court when he pleaded guilty to GBH with intent and was sentenced on July 18th. He received a 6-year and 9-month prison sentence and a lifelong restraining order. Ella, a social work student at Portsmouth University in Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, said, "The pain I felt when he sank his teeth into my face is something which will stay with me forever." He was like a dog with a toy moving his head side to side. Jesus. I put my hands around the back of his head because I knew if I didn't, he would rip my lip and nose off completely. When I saw my face for the first time after the attack, I didn't recognize my own reflection, and I couldn't look in the mirror for months after that. I haven't used the bus since because of my PTSD. If I leave the house, I have to be on the phone with my mom or a friend because I'm terrified when I'm going to be attacked again. Eating and drinking can still be painful if I eat on a certain side. Good God. Wow. What the hell is wrong with people, you guys? Ella was sat down when she was attacked. He added, people say my scar is healing well for me. Well, but for me, it's more than a scar. It's a disfigurement and a permanent reminder of what's happened to me. I smile and speak differently, which is something I'm going to have to learn to live with for the rest of my life. On November 18th to 23, after a day in Cheltenham, Ella got on the bus home at 8:15 p.m. with two friends. While on the number 94 bus, they encountered intoxicated Taylor making lewd remarks about the teenager's appearance. Despite attempting to end the interaction, Taylor refused to leave the group of girls alone. As the bus came to its last stop, Taylor launched himself at Ella, biting her mouth and nose, leaving her left nostril to her lower lip hanging off. Oh, God. She said, I couldn't scream because he had my lip in his mouth. It was disgusting. I noticed him when we got on the bus, and he was strange and kept asking, are you girls out? I don't know what that means, but when we told him to leave us alone, he started calling us white trash and saying that he was a gangster. It took my friends a few seconds to realize what he was doing, and when they started screaming at him to get off me, the pain was horrific, and I could feel his whole body shaking when I looked down at my clothes after they were covered in blood. Unbelievable. He was literally trying to bite her face off, folks. You can see the... Jesus.
Oh my God, it's supposed to be a damn bus ride, not Tyson versus Holyfield.
Exactly. During a police interview while under arrest, Taylor said that he was not a well man. Well, no shit. And that he must have lost control and cannot go around hurting people. He also said that he was remorseful since the brutal attack. Ella has undergone a 2.5-hour reconstructive NHS procedure to repair the damage inflicted on her face. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Wonderful to see you in here today. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, Barbara. Ella reveals that doctors have warned her that she will bear physical scars for life. Due to the severity of her injuries, Detective Constable Sophie McGow commented that the injuries Taylor caused were some of the worst I've ever seen. His actions that evening were dreadful, and I am relieved that he will now serve time behind bars. I don't know why I can't do this today. Gloucestershire police have now informed that Taylor has lodged an appeal against his sentence, which Ella perceives as another setback. However, she is resolute in her decision not to be defined by the assault, brave Ella said. While I'm pleased he's been sentenced, there's no way he couldn't be. It was all captured on CCTV. I had to postpone university for a year and move back home because of the attack. I still don't understand why he did it to this day. I've started university again this year, and I'm hopeful that I will be able to continue. I refuse to be defined by this because I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor. Amen to that, little girl. I want to get back to the bubbly and outgoing person I used to be, but it's going to take some time. God bless. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Damn. Unbelievable. People are nuts. Nuts. And alcohol obviously was a factor within that, but the dude had something deeper rooted going on in his mind for him to do some crazy shit like that, in my opinion. So I think the alcohol just kind of permitted it to happen a little bit quicker and a little bit more. So, agreed, Dane. People like that should never, ever be released back into society. If anything, if you can't hold him in prison, he needs to be in a mental hospital or something. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
That's just insanity. Complete insanity. A lot of this stuff is happening over in the UK now, you guys. It's crazy. Let's see here.
Makes you
All
wonder
right.
what they're putting in the crumpets.
Thank you. And their tea. Let's see. Oh, by the way, we talked yesterday about documents that were released. Hey, Mikey, again, good to see you, bud. That were released on, I'm sorry, a lawsuit that was put out against a couple people. From my understanding, there have been one or two others now that have also, in that same situation, received cease and desist orders, as well as an injunction put out. We shall see, what happens, but that's my understanding at this point. So once again, I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to stop anything or if it's going to make things worse. Who knows? Let me see. Oh yeah, this is another story here that I thought was kind of, considering everything that's gone on down in Florida with the hurricanes and stuff like this. This kind of blew my mind. Oh, so I saw that, Stormy. I don't know if you guys have heard that story in the UK about a woman that killed her parents and lived with the bodies for 4 years before she got caught. Oh, and when she got caught, she said, "Tear up, you caught the bad guy." See, I didn't hear that part. I just knew about her living with the bodies for 4 years. Thank you, Stormy. That there's some sick ass people out here, folks. They're scary that they're walking among us, I keep saying that, but it's fact. Because you don't know who they are. This story, though, kind of blew my mind down in Florida here, but it's happening, so I don't understand. I don't know.
Our cover story. So many people living in a mobile home park in New.
Can you guys hear that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Port Richey have already lost so much. And now some people tell ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler they're facing an eviction notice on top of everything else. Eric went out to listen to them today and find out why.
In a neighborhood already wrecked by Helene's storm surge and Milton's winds, a simple piece of paper is causing more agony. Some with seriously damaged homes in Harborview Mobile Manor are now getting eviction notices.
We have some that are trying to live with no electric, no floors. They're falling through their floors when they walk. We have one couple who has a man, he is completely paralyzed in a wheelchair. She can't even bring him back here. They're paying money out of their pocket for a house they can't live in because his wheelchair will fall through, and they're staying in a hotel, but they want their rent.
Down one ravaged street, we found Eddie trying to salvage some of his belongings in a place he can no longer call home.
It's kind of devastating to think that a lot of my neighbors and friends and stuff, other than us, is just really out, and we don't know what to do.
Eddie says he and his wife found a smaller condo to move into and signed away what's left of their home to the park owners.
I just put in a $7,000 heat and air unit, $1,000 for a hot water tank.
Some of Harborview is without power, and much of the trash is still piled up.
When I first moved in here, this was a beautiful mobile home park, and now we're living like trailer trash. It's ridiculous. We pay way too much money to this big corporation to not have any consideration.
Pasco County Commissioner Lisa Yeager just found out about the eviction notices here.
How can we do that to our seniors? They can't afford it. We're going to bankrupt them. These people need help. So these parks, they can't evict these people. They've just been through a catastrophe.
I reached out to the park owners, Equity Lifestyle Properties in Chicago, and asked what could be done to help those struggling here. The Public Relations Department got back to me and say they are looking into the situation. In the meantime, word is getting out about what's happening, and that's led to donations of food and clothing.
Right now, we're the talk of the city. Thank gosh. But unfortunately, it took this to do it. But we're still being bounced between management company and the city. Oh, we can't do this because you're private. Oh, it's up to them. We're on a list. Come on, just give us answers.
County leaders say they can't help if they don't know about problems, and they want people to self-report by calling the county customer service line at 727-847-2411. In Newport Richey, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Okay, so I can tell you what's going on with that. That is a 55 and up community. So
Okay.
when you move into those 55 and up communities, they are age restricted, like to the point where you can only
Yeah.
have your grandchildren children there for so many hours. There are no children, nobody under the age of 55 that are allowed in those. What happens is you rent the lot and you own the home that you live in. So if you don't read the fine print, when you get into one of those communities, they can do pretty much whatever the hell they want. It's like an extreme version of an HOA.
I've heard my aunt and uncle, when they lived down in New Smyrna, they lived in one of those places first and then moved out because like we couldn't stay there with them for very long. Like we go to visit and stuff. And then I moved down there with them when I was 14. So they moved out because of that. So yeah, I've heard of that happening, but that's wild. I get it. Welcome, Amy. Good to see you.
Yeah, and like a lot of times you'll see them, like you'll see the mobile homes for sale, right? And the mobile home will be like $5,000 for a really nice place, but like you have to pay all these fees and stuff to move it out of their 55 and up community, and it's ridiculous the red tape that's wrapped around those.
Oh yeah, or you have to, if you want to move into the community, if you are old enough, you still, after you pay for the trailer and everything, then you're paying, anywhere from $500 to $800 a month lot rent just so that the trailer can stay there.
Yes, agreed. And if you own the trailer and they make it hard. Even here, I've seen. Welcome, Melissa. Good to see you. Demon Dog as well. Amy Khan, great to have you guys all here. Thank you so very much for joining us today. But like, for instance, if you own a mobile home and it's in a park and you bought that mobile home while it was in that park, you may own that home, but you cannot move that home out of there unless you pay them a certain amount of money. And a lot of times they say, no, you can't even do that. So say, for instance, you found a piece of property or another place you wanted to move it to. Here, they will not allow you to do that. And you got to pay a stupid amount of money to do that because of disconnecting their utilities and just all these other things. And I think that is so wrong. If somebody owns that built that home, that's theirs. They shouldn't have to pay money to move it out of a place that they don't want it in anymore when they buy it. So there's a lot of weird red tape that goes around some of these mobile home parks all over the place, guys, and different laws and things that they have. So, I'm just saying, my landlord trying to sell me the place that I'm moving. Oh, I gotcha. Melissa says, feels like it was just a few hours ago. Awesome live. Oh, thank you, Melissa. I'm grateful to have you there. It was fun. Alicia said, we were paying over $1,000 to live there. Our 4-bedroom house payment is less than what we were paying. Wow. That's insane to me. It really is insane. Completely insanity. It's just some of these people, especially when you're in a senior like environment community like that, a lot of people live off of like a specific amount of money per month. To have to pay all that extra money just doesn't make sense to me. It's really crazy. I don't blame you, Dane. I don't blame you. So you guys are familiar with the Turpin case, the Turpin children that were. Yeah, I know you are for sure. So they were sentenced. Let's see. Let me show you guys real quick. This is a crazy case too, guys.
Closure inside a California courtroom for a family that has already been through so much pain and abuse.
New details about that house of horrors.
13 siblings allegedly held captive there by their parents.
My 2 little sisters right now chained up.
They're chained up?
Yes.
It was this daring escape from her parents' home that saved the lives of Jordan Turpin and her 12 siblings. But in a twisted turn of events, this wasn't the end of the abuse for some of the Turpin children.
Total of 7 years in state prison.
Today, the foster family who took in 6 of the youngest Turpins after they were freed from their abusive parents, facing their fate for subjecting the children to further horrifying abuse in the foster home where they were supposed to be safe.
There is nothing that's not shocking about this case. This case is awful. This is just from one type of long-term abuse to another.
The Olguins pleading guilty last month to abusing 9 of the children in their care, including some of the Turpin children.
Taking a plea deal was advantageous for actually both the defendants and the victims in this case. For the defendants in the case, they have the ability to avoid, at some points, decades of prison.
Marcelina Olguin sentenced to 7 years in state prison and a lifetime registration as a convicted sex offender after admitting to 7 counts of lewd acts on a minor, inflicting injury on a child, and false imprisonment. His wife and adult daughter sentenced to 4 years felony probation and time in a work release program after pleading guilty to multiple charges, including willful child cruelty and false imprisonment.
As a part of this conviction, they can't communicate with the victims in this case, and they also, of course, can't be part of the foster care system.
After the sentencing, the district attorney releasing a statement, writing in part, "Today's sentencing marks a significant step in delivering justice to the victims who endured unimaginable abuse. Our office remains steadfast in pursuing justice for all victims of abuse and ensuring that those who violate the trust placed in them are held accountable." The Turpin story first captured the nation in 2018, when one of the older siblings of the family, Jordan, escaped from her parents, David and Louise, secretly climbing out her bedroom window.
Hi, what's going on?
Okay. I just ran away from home.
Okay.
And I live in a family of 15.
Okay.
My 2 little sisters right now are chained up.
They're chained up?
Yes.
The voice of this teenage girl begging for help, seared into the memory of many.
Our parents are abusive. They abuse us.
It was one of the most shocking scenes of severe child neglect and abuse ever recorded in America.
Hi. Hi. We got a call for a check the welfare here at your house.
Okay, what kind of call did you get?
In January of 2018, police body cameras were rolling when authorities responding to that call for help moved in on this middle-class home in Riverside County, California, east of Los Angeles, the home of the Turpin family. The sheriff's deputies found a mother and father and 13 children who were living in filth and waste. In 2021, 2 of the older Turpin sisters shared their stories for the first time on national television in an emotional interview with Diane Sawyer.
There was a lot of starving, so I would have to figure out how to eat. Like I would either eat ketchup or mustard or ice.
Ice cubes and ketchup?
Yeah.
Jordan was just 17 years old when she escaped her family home and called 911.
They hit us, they throw us across the room. They pull our hair, they yank out our hair. I have my 2 little sisters right now are chained up.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 17.
It was her bravery that saved them all. Some of the children had chain marks on their arms. They found at least one child chained to a bed.
All right, let's just go ahead and detain the parents.
Jennifer Turpin, the oldest of the children, talked about the physical abuse she overcame at home with her parents.
Every day did you wake up in terror?
Yeah, because I was afraid to do one little thing wrong. If I did one little thing wrong, I was going to be beaten, and not just beat till I bled.
This is hard to watch. This breaks my heart. It's just, I don't understand people, why they do these things. I don't understand how people hurt kids. I just don't get it, guys. I can't ever process it.
Okay, you want to take a minute?
I want to take a break. Yeah, a little break. I'm sorry.
We'll just take a break here.
All of us
It's
went
so
through
sweet.
a lot, and all of us went through our own things. And to be honest, not even all of us know every single thing each one of us went through.
What's hard to understand is what some of the children say happened after this heartbreaking rescue and after the criminal prosecutions of their parents, who eventually pleaded guilty.
How do you plead to that charge, sir?
and are in prison serving 25 years to life. They were hoping to find the safety and happiness they deserved, but that didn't happen when they were placed in the Olguins' home. The Olguins were charged in November of 2021 after a Riverside County Sheriff's investigator found they were abusing the children in their care.
This is what this is what it gets me. I can't understand. These kids already went through enough. Okay.
Exactly. I mean, they went from one horrific situation right into another horrible situation. I mean, and what are they doing? I mean, do they not vet these people before they allow them to take in foster kids?
Exactly. It's unbelievable to me. These kids, God bless these kids, each and every one of them. This really does. Like, this is hard to watch for me. Are gonna grow up and have very hard lives as adults, folks. They really are. And they're raising their own children. Okay. There's gonna be trust issues. There's gonna be all sorts of things that these poor kids are gonna go through. And they're very sweet children, you know? And it's just like, why? Why do you have to do why does this have to happen? I just don't get this. And then this secondary part side of this, it blew my mind when I saw that these other people ended up doing this. It's like, what the actual hell is going on? They had to have known the things going on with these people as well, but they just, here you go. Let's do some more to them.
In lawsuits filed in 2022, the children state that their county and a private foster care agency placed them in a home where this time they had to survive both physical and emotional abuse by their new caretakers and their adult daughter. The lawyers for the children say that their clients were abused in the foster home for 3 years until one of the children was old enough to leave and then told this story to a social worker.
These vulnerable kids were emotionally abused and they were physically abused.
Elon Zexer and Roger Booth are lawyers for the 6 youngest Turpin children.
You'd think with the entire world watching that there would have been extra care exercised to make sure that these kids were being placed in a home that was really an exceptional foster home with a really good track record.
ChildNet is a private foster care agency that was contracted by Riverside County. And according to the lawsuit, the agency knew that other foster care children who had spent time in that home had allegedly been abused. The county and ChildNet have denied each and every allegation against them and did not provide comment on today's sentencing.
The lawsuits are trying to get to the bottom of answering how all this occurred. There's also been an outside investigation that Riverside County, California had put together in order to find out what happened here.
Lawyers for the Turpin children say it was like living a nightmare all over again.
They're being told they should kill themselves, that no one would love them ever again, that no one does love them.
In the complaint, the children say the abuse consisted of hitting them in the face with sandals, pulling their hair, hitting them with a belt, and striking their heads. Some of the children accused their former foster father of grabbing and fondling them and kissing them on the mouth. Marcelina Olguin admitting to multiple counts of lewd acts as part of the plea deal.
They were forced to eat moldy food in this house. And after they ate the moldy food, after the kids would throw up from the moldy food, they were then forced to eat their own throw up. It's just shocking and horrific, and it should have never happened.
Today's sentencing closes the door on the criminal charges, but the civil cases against the county and ChildNet are still ongoing. As for the Turpin children, almost all of whom are legally now adults, they're just trying to move forward.
The hope is that with the years of abuse behind them and financial resources to aid them, that they could put their lives together in such a way where they could really move past all the terrible abuse they were forced to suffer, that no child should have to suffer.
My God, you guys. I just don't understand anymore.
Those pieces of shit should be put in prison, and the only thing that they should be allowed to eat is their own vomit.
Mm-hmm.
That's
amen, bro. Eye for an eye. I've been saying this, and especially when you do this, these are beautiful kids. Okay, So they take them out of hell and they put them into right back into hell, just a different
Yep.
version of it. Unbelievable. And that's the thing that pisses me off the most is that CPS or the state knew there were allegations coming from that home of other instances of neglect and abuse and things like that. So in turn, let's take these traumatized kids that have been through like hell and back, a couple times and expose them to more of it. What the actual fuck? I don't understand, and excuse that, guys, but you know how I feel about things when it comes to kids, and this just makes me sick to my stomach.
Well,
It's insane.
the problem is that they're so short staffed. They don't have places for these kids to sleep. A lot of times they're sleeping on the floors of DHS and CPS offices because there's no other place for them. So now, in order to try to make it look as though they're placing these kids, it looks like they've lowered their standards on who these kids get placed with, and this is the result.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that can't be the answer, you guys. Please understand that can never, ever, ever, ever be the answer because we don't have resources or we don't have enough help or we don't have enough of this or that to just say, okay, well, they're just gonna have to go there. That's not the fucking answer, and it cannot be the answer to these situations. It just can't. There needs to be something else, a backup plan or something else figured out with this scenario when it happens like this, to where they can do something to make things happen for these kids. These kids are gonna be so messed up when they get older, guys. Their lives are not gonna be right. That, like I said, the way they raise their kids. Their relationships in life are just going to be they're going to struggle through their whole life. I pray to God that if nothing else, they're at least getting therapy through this at this point. I can't understand this. Mom, anything? I mean, I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I mean, myself personally, they should be executed for what they did to these kids.
I can agree.
And the sad part of it is this is not the first case that we've seen like this, and it's not going to be the last case that we've seen like this. And
No.
like Arctic said, as close to home as it comes, Nashville, Tennessee was housing children in the food stamp office under the bridge, under the Woodland Street Bridge, which is a horrible part of town. And a local reporter, much like YouTuber type person, saw the children sleeping in the floor of this office and was run off, threatened with arrest, and then they blacked the windows out where you couldn't see inside the building. And that was about a year after I left Nashville. So it's a failure to the system, it's a failure to these children, and that's where something needs to be done in this country.
Yes, ma'am. And I am tired. Guys, I am so beyond tired of seeing our children being failed time and time and time and time again in every aspect. It's bad enough. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself because it's eating at me. It's bad enough that these kids went through what they did with their natural parents. Okay. They were pulled from a situation and they were relieved. They were relieved that we're finally going to get help. We're finally going to be treated the right way and thrown right back into the fire. So they're going to have trust issues. They're not going to trust anyone.
Well, and the sad thing is that in a lot of these states, they're turning qualified foster parents away based on the fact that they may have, they may be gay or that they may be disabled or whatever the case may be. But they're legitimately turning good foster parents away and placing these kids with these pieces of shit. So,
and that's a thing. Thank you for stating that too. I know personally a couple that my wife and I are very close friends with. They're a married gay couple, male, okay, that tried. They have good money, they have great jobs, beautiful home, very large home, beautiful yard. They're beautiful people. They're amazing people that have tried 4 times to adopt kids, and they've been turned away because they have a same-sex marriage. That was the answer that was given to them and when they questioned it with an attorney, it was because they don't want to confuse the children. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? That's an answer you give? They're young children and they don't want to confuse them. That children should know that a mother and father are female and male. Where is that written anywhere that that's a thing, folks? I can't with that anymore. It's 2024. It's not 1965. Okay? Move forward. This is why we can't do right by our kids nowadays. I don't give a shit if it just, oh my God, it pisses me off so bad. So bad. How old are the kids, Joey? You mean the Turpin kids? They're all different ages, bud. Oh Jesus, I can't think of the oldest to the youngest. I can't remember their ages, but they start from most of them are adults at this point, but they went from adult down to very young children at that point. That's the whole problem right there. That is the whole problem. There's too much red tape, too much bullshit, and then they complain that nobody wants kids. Bullshit. Bullshit. These laws need to be changed in so many different ways, you guys. They really do. Once again, the only thing being affected is all of our children, our future. What kind of a future does that leave for them? It's ridiculous and insane. Welcome, Betty. Good to see you. I love your avatar. That's my favorite Halloween figure right there. Love it, love it. and your name, of course. They say they have to follow policy and procedure. Well, that's what they need to change, Exotic. That's what they need to fix. Because their policies and procedures are bullshit. Guys, CPS or CSB, whatever it's called, wherever you are, is a joke to me anymore. We had, I think I told you guys this, it was a 7-month-old baby that was taken from their parents, mother, father, both. The parents were arrested because the baby was being assaulted, okay? The baby was taken to the Children's Services Facility and, oh, where'd you go, bud? Okay, he'll come back. And was housed there. There was visitation for family members to this 7-month-old child. When I think it was an uncle and an aunt showed up to visit this baby, they put this child in a room with cameras, mind you, with the aunt and uncle. I think they had an hour visitation, alone with no CSB worker. They left. The baby moved on. They took the baby back, back to where it was staying, so on and so forth. The relatives left, and come to find out that aunt and uncle SA abused this baby too. Are you serious? If there were allegations of a child being abused in a home that way, I would never leave. You should never leave. I wouldn't think that child alone with anybody from the family. That's just me. But because they weren't the ones that were directly charged, it didn't matter. There's cameras in there. Who the fuck wasn't watching the cameras? That's how they figured it out. They went back and watched because the baby had been harmed and ended up with a bad infection and things like that. But it's so disgusting to me. But still, the failure to our kids is daily, and in every aspect they're being failed, guys. When is there going to be a change? When is it going to be enough? I don't get it. Oh my God, I don't get it. I don't get it. Angel says there needs to be a reduced caseloads for caseworkers. They need to bring on more caseworkers. You're right. They need to bring on more caseworkers, and I don't want to hear that there's no funding because they have funding to do all this other dumb shit for the states. Bring it in. Bring in the workers so that they don't have as many caseloads. You got a worker that's got 18 different cases they're covering. That's not the right way to do this, folks. There doesn't need to be that way. That's too much. That way they can focus on the cases that they're dealing with and make sure that the right things are happening, in my opinion. So yes, I do agree with you in that aspect, Angel. I really do. And again, there needs to be improved access to mental health support for the families because, like, and Arctic knows, I know how he feels about it, because once again, they want to reunite these families, and they're reuniting these families without rehabilitation, folks. That's the problem. It's stupid. There's so much money. That's a great point, Brutally, right there. They're sending all of our monies overseas to all these other countries for different things. Spend it on this. Spend it on this. Why not? We deserve that. It's our country, our money. Spend it on us and our children and doing things to help our children. Unbelievable. Welcome back, bud.
I think I'm having the same problem Mom was having yesterday. Shit.
It happens a lot. And
My
that's it.
internet is stupid. Like, we live so far out, like, that they won't put underground fiber optics out here. So if the wind blows the right way, the damned internet goes out.
Well, that's the sad thing. I've got underground fiber optics, and I'm still having these issues.
There's been so many issues with all of our internet lately. It's not just like mine's garbage. Everybody knows that, but for all the people to be having that problem, it's weird. It's just there's been a lot of problems going on with the internet in general. So,
but I like what Exotic said, because she said in Oklahoma with the Chickasaw Nation, they don't pay the foster parents. If you can't support those kids financially, then you don't need to have them. And I agree with that. I think that that's part of the problem is they're giving these foster parents all this money to take these kids in, and it breeds people coming in and trying to do it for the wrong reasons. A lot of these people take these kids in just for that paycheck, and the kids never see any of that money spent on them.
Absolutely. And we talked about that the other day. My ex-in-laws were that group of people. They built a $100,000 or a $500,000 home because of all the money they brought in, because they were dealing with special needs children and getting, fostering all these kids, 25 plus kids. And these kids are running around wearing rags and clothes that don't fit them and shoes that don't fit them. And they're eating garbage food that's not good for them. Hot dogs and ramen noodles. No. It's bullshit. This is greed, guys. Greed. And they're allowing these people to do this just so they can get that check every month. It's bullshit. I'll tell you right now, I think every child that's adopted that's been paid to that foster parent, they should get every ounce of that money. Every dime of it to take care of that child. They should be wearing the best clothes, the best shoes, and eating the best food every damn day. End of story. That's not what happens, though.
No.
You see these people going and buying fucking Escalades and going out to eat and leaving the kids home to eat flipping ramen while they're going out to, Texas Roadhouse and expensive restaurants and wearing their gold jewelry and their bullshit. That is bullshit. I'm just sick of it. I've been fighting with foster care here in Texas for almost a year. I'm sorry to hear that, Tomboy. I'm sorry to hear that. This is, like Mom said it, this is our future, folks. We're destroying our future, literally. We are single-handedly destroying our future. There will be no future. And here's the thing. These kids that are the future are not going to be able to handle running this country, running things, dealing with these things because of the emotional, breakdown that they have because of these things. Because a lot of these kids don't go through therapy. They don't go through therapy. Not all of them, guys. Not all of them. Okay. And this is what happens when you have children that go out and they shoot up places, or they become criminals, or they take their own lives, or they're just under so much anxiety and stress and their life they can't handle. How are they going to run this country or be our future and raise our children and our grandchildren and their children and all that stuff? How?
Well, it's like I've said before. If we stopped spending all this money on wars that we have no business involving ourselves in and stop sending all this foreign aid overseas, maybe we could actually spend that money to fix the programs in our own country that are so severely fucking broken.
God, yes. Yes. There's so much money, guys. They just sent over, I can't remember the exact number, but it was another billion some odd dollars that could have went into some of these programs here. It could have went into law enforcement training, retraining. It could have went into foster care or the CPS services and training. Nope. We send it to another country and walk away. It doesn't make sense. Okay. They sent my niece's 3 babies to a family in a state that wasn't properly vetted. Lo and behold, the babies were moved out. See? And that's the other thing. Because they don't do that, these kids get bounced around home to home to home to home to home with no stability, which again will affect their adult life. It truly does. God damn, this makes me nuts. And here's another story that backs that one up. 7 children that were starved in the most disturbing neglect case ever, states this. So we'll see.
What these kids.
I just saw the rest of that. And Tomboy says, but they're not allowed to come down here to Texas because she's disabled. See, that's bullshit. That's another issue.
See, that it is bullshit. You know what? My dad had multiple sclerosis and then later Alzheimer's, but you know what? I wouldn't have traded him for any other dad in the world. Just because a person's disabled doesn't mean that they can't make a wonderful parent.
Agreed. And we know who Tomboy is as a person. She'd be a wonderful mother. She already has been a wonderful mother and wants to step up and do that and can't do it because she's disabled. That's bullshit, folks. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. These are excuses being made. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I'm so frustrated with this shit. And I'm sorry, Tomboy, that you're going through that. I really am. I'm so sorry. My girl I adopted was nothing but a paycheck to her grandma. She was spending the money on bullshit crap like Thrive, 31 bags, and a bullshit cosmetic scheme for herself. Not to see. It's sick, brutally. All that money that could be put into the lives of these children to correct to give them the best of what they deserve, because they from what they came from, they won't do it. We're not even going to get started on the gay issue on the other. Oh, yeah. See, there it is again. Because Tomboy is in that type of relationship. That's another issue. See, it's bullshit. These are good people that are stepping forward to take care of our children. And they're making excuses as to why not to give them to them. I'm done.
Well, see, and that's the thing, because back when Austin and I had our own apartment, we tried here in Arkansas. And we had letters from the neighbors saying, hey, he takes good care of our kids while we're at work, all this stuff. I had letters from my nephew's parents and all that stuff. And they came in and did a home study. I mean, I literally went out. I bought beds for these kids. I went and made sure there was fire detectors in every single room. I made sure there was a fire extinguisher in the house. I made sure that there was an escape ladder because we were living on the second floor of the apartment complexes at the time. Did all that, everything they asked for. And we got a glowing home study. But no, we were declined because I have a disability. And at the end of the day, I think the real reason was because we're a same-sex couple.
Fucking unreal. I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry you guys went through that, because I guarantee you guys would have been wonderful parents. I'm so sorry that you guys had to go through that. And that's the sick part. They would rather leave these kids with abusive, neglectful, disgusting, drug addicted, just nasty people than put them with good people like Arctic and Austin, or Tomboy and her wife. No. It is not okay. And I'm just so fucking tired of hearing it, you guys. I really, really am. But you sent them to a family who hadn't seen my niece in 30. Yeah, see? That's what I mean. It's okay, Tomboy. You should be bitter. Arctic should be bitter. Any people that go through this should be bitter as hell. It's bullshit. It is such bullshit. Hey, Stiggy and Mike, happy Sunday to you as well. Thank you for joining us. The nation will provide services to a native child, medical and the like, but no monetary. That's weird too. I don't understand that. Very weird.
Well, and here's the deal too. I don't think necessarily that if you can't afford to take care of the child, you shouldn't be able to have it per se, because there are some good people that would make great parents that are financially struggling maybe, but instead of giving these families money every month, make them qualify for it. Make them qualify for the food stamps and the Medicaid and stuff. If just like any other would have to qualify for it.
Yep. Here in Ohio, if you're on like you get Medicaid through the state, from my understanding, it's that's easy to do. And if you get food stamps, and especially if you get a monetary check every month, you have to work for it. If you don't have a job and you're getting that stuff, that's typically how it works. You have to go out and work for the welfare department to get that money and those food stamps every month, whether it be working at Goodwill or the Salvation Army or something weird. It doesn't matter what it is. Working a parking lot detail for the city, as a parking lot attendant or whatever, you have to go and work at these different job sites, or you don't get that check or those food stamps. And there are actually people, believe this or not, you guys, there are actually people that refuse and just say, oh, well, keep your shit then. I don't want it. And because they don't want to go to work. And I'm thinking to myself, if you can go to work for the welfare department to get food stamps and a check from them, why can't you go get a job somewhere? I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. And that's what they're trying to, in essence, do, is force people to get back in the workforce by showing them, you're going to work either way. You're not just going to get this for free, because that's what people were so used to. There were people here, it's been a proven thing, folks, in Ohio, in Trumbull County, that were having children just to receive more benefits from human services. That's no bullshit. There's a girl that I knew that worked there. She shouldn't have told me this, and that's why I'm not going to put her name out there. But that they come to find out, there was a woman, a caseworker, that she had sat down with a woman that had 13 children and was pregnant, and said, asked the caseworker, will I get more food stamps when I have this baby? And she said, well, yeah, it's another mouth to feed. She goes, maybe I need to have 2 or 3 more then. Would that give me more money on my check every month? Which they have a cap on. Isn't that sick?
That
it's fucking disgusting, dude. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, guys.
It is. I mean, and unfortunately, that happens way too often. They'll keep popping these kids out just so they can get more benefits and everything.
Absolutely. I know. She told me that she had a case that woman there received almost $1,700 a month in food stamps. This was 3 or 4 years ago. Can you believe $1,700? And she received the monthly check is a cap amount. You can only get so much. I think it was like $850 a month. Okay, that's to pay your rent, your bills, and whatever else. And you get
now.
utilities.
I will say the amount of food stamps that a family receives. I mean, let's $1,700 a month. How many kids did they have?
That 13, right?
There ain't no way you'd ever be able to feed 13 kids with that amount of money a month, especially not in 2024.
No, definitely not now. No. This was, like I said, 3 or 4 years ago. And you know what they started doing? Oh, okay, Betty. They started putting, or they tried to, it didn't go through. They were trying to put through a law that did not allow people that were getting food stamps to buy steak and shrimp and expensive foods like that, or candy, ice cream, things like that. They were trying to take the ability to do that away, and the legislation never passed it, because people would go do this. They would have all these kids, and instead of shopping like smart to try to break it up to feed your family for the month, they would go buy steaks and shrimp and very expensive type foods. And then they would run out of food stamps like the second week of the month, and had nothing. And they're going to like food pantries and stuff like that, complaining to the caseworkers, we're not getting enough food stamps. This doesn't make sense. This was
they really don't get enough food stamps, but I mean, again, it's free money. You can't, and beggars can't be choosers,
right?
But they're like families. There's no way to support them, even if you are buying the cheapest stuff out there for a full month on the amount of food stamps that you get. But at the same time, you can't be out there just, oh, well, I've got this money at the 6th of the month or whatever day it is. It's time for me to go out and get some porterhouse steaks and some caviar and some whatever.
Right. Yeah. Agreed. That's one of the issues that was going on around here. Not to mention, it was a big thing. They were selling the food stamps to each other. Okay.
Yep. I'm just going to mention that because you'll have people out there be like, hey, bro, give me $100 and I'll go out to the store with you and get you $200 worth of groceries.
Yep. Or I think it's 50 cents on the dollar they were charging mostly. And that's a big deal because what they did here was you used to get a book. Back in the day, I was on food stamps with the first marriage, because we were young, dumb, and just wasn't making a lot of money. And we had 3 kids. You would get a book of them and they looked like money, but they were just different. Okay. Well, people would just trade them off and sell them to people. And you could go into a store and buy like a 10-cent piece of candy with a $1 food stamp and get 90 cents back. And that's how people were getting money in their pocket and they were just wasting it. So then they changed that up and they put it on this like EBT type card thing. It's like a credit card. But people got smart to that. Like you said, they would just go to the store and they would do it that way, or they'd hand the card over to them and let them go do this or that with it, or just give them the card. We had a big deal with people selling their entire card and having to get a new card every month, which I thought was stupid. Just give them the money or whatever off of it. But that's still, it's a big thing. Exotic says, look at the babies and kids like Quentin, the McNabs, unalived. Yeah. These are things here that I'm saying that I could see Leilani doing. My disability check is considered unearned income, so I would only qualify for 388. And see, it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. They need to work on these state laws. They really do. Oh yeah, Robert, it happens all the time. It really big time happens. Like I said, back when I was first married with my first relationship with the creature, I was 18, 19 years old. We received medical food stamps. We never got a check because we were working, but they were helpful. We would go to like places like Save-A-Lots or discount stores and get as much as we could. And it was possible. Take care, Joey. Thank you for joining us, bud. But when you're doing things like that, no, you're not going to be able to succeed at doing that. So it's just a mess. The whole system is a big mess. Anyway, I'm going to shut up so we can hear this real quick. Sorry, guys. When I get passionate about something, you know how I am. So
kids were living. And the more we investigated and the more we found, it seemed to only get worse and worse.
A mother and father from Pennsylvania are going to prison for the horrific abuse and neglect of their 7 children. The prosecutor is here with the disturbing details about the couple that fed their pet lizard better than their own children. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. This is really one of those cases that just makes me shake my head. It's practically unbelievable. In fact, the judge who sentenced the parents in this case told them they were 2 of the worst parents she had ever seen. Shane Robertson and his wife, Crystal Robertson, were living in a filthy trailer in Bucks County, Pennsylvania with their 7 children. Those children were 6 girls and 1 boy, and they were between the ages of 4 and 16. The child abuse and neglect committed by the Robertsons really makes you wonder if you ever really know the people living right next door to you. Well, truthfinder.com is a website that can help you research the people living next door or the people you meet each day. Just put in a person's name and you will get past criminal records, traffic tickets, addresses, and the names of potential relatives. And what's really great about Truthfinder, it will give you the addresses of sex offenders who live in your neighborhood. If you want to try Truthfinder, I have a great deal for you. You can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just log on to www.truthfinder.com/LCCrimeFix. Log on and start accessing information about almost anyone. Police discovered the children after a neighbor saw 2 of them going into another trailer. When police arrived, the children were dirty and one was in bare feet. The kids told police they went into the trailer to get a blanket to keep their rats warm. That's when officers discovered the virtual house of horrors. The Robertsons were living in the rundown trailer in West Rock Hill Township until April of 2023. The conditions at their home were not even fit for an animal. And there were definitely animals living in this home. And you're going to see one of those animals. It's an exotic lizard who was treated quite well. You'll see it in just a moment. The house was absolutely filthy, and there was little, if any, food. Dirty clothes were everywhere, along with animal feces. Here's Bucks County Deputy DA Brittany Kern. She prosecuted the case, and she told me what happened when police first discovered the children.
So initially when police went to the residence, and ultimately when police went to the residence and sort of all of this started to unfold, the dad had originally said that there were only 3 children, and pretty quickly within an hour or two, it was discovered that there were 4 additional children in the residence, and that belonged to these set of parents. In terms of what they were doing to survive, I mean, in some ways it's horrible that there were 7 of them, but I do think there was some reliance definitely on each other. They were really the only people they had, were their siblings to rely on. And, I do think the older siblings took sort of parental roles to the extent they could with the younger kids. The other thing I've learned in certainly in this case, but also other child abuse cases that I've prosecuted or have learned about in my career as a prosecutor, is that children are very resilient. And so to them, this was normal. This was what they were used to. This wasn't, something that changed one day and went downhill very quickly. This was something that was normal for them. And so unfortunately, they were accustomed to it, and they were able to adapt to do the best they could to, I don't want to say thrive in that situation, but at least live in that situation, and keep themselves and their siblings going.
How did they ever get food? That's one of my big questions. There's no food in the fridge. I mean, they had to have been able to eat somehow.
So
to be alive.
Right. Our understanding is that, so dad did have employment, and mom would stay home generally with the kids throughout the day. So my understanding is that occasionally there would be things like Pop-Tarts brought for them or hot dogs brought for them. But what the kids told investigators through the course of the investigation is that anytime there was any sort of what they called good food, for example, the salmon that was being fed to the lizard, or fruits and vegetables, things like that, that would be for the animals, or it would be for mom and dad, that they weren't allowed to have the quote good.
That makes me sick. And you know how often that happens, you guys? They're giving salmon to a lizard, and the good food, not that animals don't deserve to eat good too, but your children should eat before you and before the animals. Okay? I'm just saying that's how that should work, but this crazy.
Food. There's also, the kids talked a lot about having to, what they called steal food from the refrigerator, which ended up with a padlock on it.
You heard Brittany Kern right. The refrigerator was actually padlocked, so the children had to sneak around to basically steal food from their own parents.
But they would go into the refrigerator, go into the freezer, and take, sometimes mom would have ice cream treats in there for herself, and they would steal them. And we have messages from mom being upset that the kids, again, quote, stole her ice cream sandwiches.
Can you imagine children feeling like they actually have to steal food? But that happens. And this isn't one of those cases where the kids were maybe not getting enough to eat at home and only getting food at school. You know who wasn't going without food? Shane and Crystal Robertson. They appear well fed in their mugshots. And there was a creature in that house that was also eating quite well. The couple's pet lizard was dining on salmon as the children went hungry. It's right there on video. In fact, Crystal is the one feeding the salmon to the lizard with a fork. Meanwhile, she called her children, who were not getting food, garbage disposals in messages with her husband. Brittany Kern played the video of that lizard eating salmon for the judge. That lizard actually had its own TikTok account, and that's where police found the video along with others. Now, you might be wondering, how did the school not see a problem here? How did these kids fly under the radar for more than a year and maybe even longer than that?
Unfortunately, a lot of times when we get reports of child abuse, it comes from teachers or comes from other school officials, and none of these kids were in school. And so that was not an option in this case. And for the most part, what we've learned is that the parents really kept them in the trailer. So they didn't socialize with other kids. They didn't really have a lot of interaction with other people. And so the way the parents were keeping them, there weren't individuals who came in contact with them, who missed this. This is something that, the parents were keeping them so isolated that there just wasn't really a lot of opportunity for finding them.
So even the 16-year-old I mean, were there any signs that that 16-year-old child had been to school?
So the records we have indicate that the 16-year-old went to kindergarten, and was pulled out of kindergarten, maybe went a little bit further than that. But that child had not been to school in years, many years, and certainly not anything past elementary school. Ultimately, when the child was placed into the school program they're in now, their reading and math was at about a 5th grade level for a 16-year-old, and their reading and math level was far above any of the other children's.
So these children, one of them age 16, none of them were in school, and they were basically caged in the house and kept away from other people. As I mentioned earlier, the house was filthy. You can see it in the photos. And if the children weren't in school, you can only imagine that they weren't being cared for much at all. And they all had social anxiety. But on the Lizard's TikTok account, you can see that Crystal Robertson was brushing the lizard's teeth.
I mean, the condition of the home was horrific. There were no cleaning products that were located. There were no toothbrushes or shampoo or anything like that located. And like you said, yeah, the one TikTok shows this lizard who was very important to Mom in particular, having its teeth brushed, I believe by Mom. And the kids didn't have toothbrushes. And in fact, when the kids were removed from the residence, 2 of the kids needed oral surgery almost immediately. The second youngest child, who was 6 at the time, had 13 visible cavities, had to have multiple extractions, multiple crowns, and a surgery with anesthesia within a month or 2 of being removed from the residence, because his dental condition was so poor. And then we find these videos of this lizard and just are even more horrified than we already were.
Not only is the lizard getting its teeth brushed, it's going to see the Easter Bunny, on TikTok. So, this is something you should be taking your children to do. But instead, it seems like the priority is the lizard and having fun and doing cool things with the lizard on TikTok.
That's certainly what it looked like to us. And that's what our investigation showed. We didn't find pictures or videos of the kids going to see the Easter Bunny, but we did find 2 separate videos of this lizard being taken to see 2 different Easter Bunnies, and going to Halloween stores and having Halloween costumes, being taken on walks, and things like that. So it definitely was quite a dichotomy between how the animals, and in particular the lizard, but really the animals as a whole, were being treated compared to the children.
So the lizard was getting its teeth brushed, it's eating salmon, and it's actually going to see the Easter Bunny and getting Halloween costumes, but not the children. The lizard was well cared for while the children were ill. Some had COVID, and one girl had maggots in her hair. When police searched the home, they found animal cages. The DA's office says the Robertsons had 2 dogs, 2 turtles, 2 rabbits, snakes, toads, and a 4-foot tegu lizard, and 24 rats. The Robertsons pleaded guilty to 7 counts of child endangerment. In
Maggots in your hair. This is crazy.
Sentencing the Robertsons to between 8 and 16 years in prison, Judge Carissa Liller said, and I mentioned this earlier, that they were 2 of the worst parents that she had ever seen in her entire life. She went on to say, "It is appalling that you would live in these conditions with your 7 children. You treated your animals better than you treated your children. You kept them caged up like animals, but you weren't treating them as good." Now, to be clear here, the children were not actually kept in cages. Those were for the animals. I clarified that. But the children were being kept in the home.
Each parent had a separate defense attorney. They both presented argument. I presented argument. But ultimately, the sentence was up to the judge. So I just presented her information about, what their conditions were, presented her some of the videos, and some pictures of the residents and other things that we learned through the course of our investigation. We also had other days leading up to this where we had litigated some legal issues. And in the course of doing that with this judge, she did learn a fair amount about the case, more than she would if it hadn't had any litigation associated with it at all.
How are the children doing now? Because I know they're with Children's Services, so they're at least in a better environment. Are they together at least? It would be hard, I would think, to find somebody to foster that many children.
So they are with extended family, and family members are appropriate. They did not know what these conditions were. The kids were being kept from them, so they were not complicit in this in any way. They're with two separate family members in two separate households, 4 in one, 3 in the other. Those two households, though, are very close in proximity to each other, I think a mile or two apart. And so the 7 kids get to see each other very, very often, multiple times a week, if not daily.
And they're healthy and maybe doing better. I don't know if thriving would be the right word at this point.
Under the circumstances, I would say they're flourishing. They are definitely doing better. They have started to have their own personalities, if you will, which they didn't really have an opportunity to sort of develop interests or things like that. So they all completed school last year, a full year of school. That was the first year of school for many of them.
Welcome, Sammy.
They're, I believe, due to start school or maybe just started school for this new school year. And they're doing well. They're making friends. They have gained weight, which was good. They have their medical conditions are better. They're getting treatment for a host of different things. So under the circumstances, I would say that they're doing remarkably well.
Unfortunately, cameras aren't allowed in the courtrooms in Pennsylvania, so I can't show you exactly what happened, but I asked Brittany Kern whether the Robertsons offered an apology or any type of explanation for how they had treated their children.
So they both read statements to the judge during their sentencing, apologizing for what happened, and trying to show that attempts to fix things or be different moving forward. So that was presented to the judge.
Thankfully now these children are doing much better and they are with people who love them and they are making friends and going to school and doing all of the things that children do. Judge Liller ordered that the Robertsons not have any contact with their children until they turn 18. They also have to have mental health and drug and alcohol abuse assessments. That's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thank you so much for being with me.
Jesus, more of a mess. So much more of a mess. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Nope, I'm not looking at her today. Not at all. So let's go onward, guys. What time? Okay, we're good. Oh, there's so much of this out here, guys. I could spend a day talking about stories like this and still never even scratch the surface. It's crazy. Again, guys, thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate you much. For those of you that are just jumping in, of course, Mom and Arctic are here with me today. Doodle is not feeling well, therefore she was not joining. I think she's napping. She's kind of sick to her stomach, I think. Agreed, Alicia. They probably would kill them if they took the pets away from them more than the kids. You know what I mean? Damn ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see here. Trying to pick through what I have uploaded here for you guys. Is that the one that? Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I got a couple here. Here's another story here. We see this happen a lot too, especially recently. The Marine Corps veteran removed from a Delta flight and forced to change over threatening shirt just took my soul away. Marine Corps veteran was removed from a Delta Airlines flight before she was ordered to change clothes when a flight attendant ruled that the passenger's shirt, which brought attention to military suicides, was threatening. Catherine Banks, a 22-year veteran of the Marine Corps, was on board the Delta flight at San Francisco International Airport to visit family on October 16th when she wore her dark gray outfit and sat in an extra legroom seat she paid extra for. There's the shirt. Do not give in to the war within and veteran suicide. I support that because it's a fact. It does happen. A male flight attendant approached Banks and was confused when he tried to get her attention. Ma'am, I looked around like who was he talking to? And it was me. He said, you need to get off the plane. And I was like, what did I do? Where's the rest of the story at? Banks complied and was escorted off the plane and onto the jet bridge, where she finally learned why she was removed. He said, that shirt you're wearing is threatening, she said. And I said, are you kidding me? A dumbfounded Banks questioned the Delta employee before explaining that she was a veteran. I'm a Marine Corps vet. I'm going to see my Marine sister. I've been in the Marine Corps for 22 years and worked for the Air Force for 15 years. I'm going to visit her. Do not get Banks' military background did not faze the flight attendant, who issued her an ultimatum to return to the plane. I don't care about your service. Wow, that's just ignorant right there. And I don't care about her service. The only way you're going to get back on the plane is if you take that off right now, Banks recalled. Banks, who was braless underneath her shirt, told the flight attendant to turn around so she could remove the seemingly polarizing shirt and replace it with a sweatshirt. The shirt is sold by the Till Valhalla Project as part of the 22 a day collection, which brings awareness to the estimated 22 veterans who commit suicide each day. Suicides among active duty military members are reportedly at an all-time high since 9/11, when records began, according to the USO. Over 30,000 active duty personnel and veterans who served in the military after 9/11 have died by suicide, compared to the 7,057 service members killed in combat in those same 20 years, according to the research published in 2021. Banks says her shirt was a symbol of the work she does helping her fellow veterans, and having it removed caused her to be humiliated. I feel like they just took my soul away. I'm not a bad person, and that t-shirt, I should be allowed to support myself and veterans, she said. Banks was brought to the back of the plane instead of the seat she paid for, which had already been given to another passenger. Delta Airlines can refuse to transport passengers if their conduct, attire, hygiene, or odor creates an unreasonable risk of offense or annoyance to other passengers, according to the airline. The Post has reached out to Delta. This is showing her pausing during her interview because she became anxious retelling the story. In August, another Delta passenger was kicked off a flight over another inappropriate shirt. The unidentified man donned a black t-shirt featuring the likeness of former President Donald Trump, holding up both middle fingers with text reading "Hawk Tua, spit on that thing," and a reference to the viral Hawk Tua girl video. See, that's more offensive in my opinion, but still. This shirt, folks, do not give in to the war within and veteran suicide. That's not offensive or threatening in any way. I mean, am I wrong? This is about bullshit. This is preventing suicide.
No, and the way that steward talked to the veteran, I don't care about your service. I don't care about your sister's service. Let me tell you something. My grandfather had PTSD from his time in World War II. My grandfather killed himself. Statistically speaking, our vets are killing themselves at alarming numbers. This is a vital message that's on this shirt, and they need to know that there's help out there for them. Let me tell you, if I had been in that veteran's shoes, I would have gone full Harrison Ford and pulled a "get the fuck off my plane" on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, I couldn't have been. If I'd have seen this happening, I probably would have wigged out on that stewardess. Just no idea, no respect, no level of anything for what she did. And she should have been terminated once they realized what this was. And if she wasn't, shame on them. That's disgusting to me. I'm sorry. It makes me sick. Absolutely makes me sick.
Like I said, like I've said before, we live in a country that values the soldier but forgets about the veteran, and that's what it boils down to at the end of the day.
Truly, you're right, but truly anymore, they don't even seem to value the soldier anymore. That's sad. It's all becoming a huge problem. A huge problem. This country has completely turned upside down, folks. It is completely upside down. It's crazy to me. The pride of being an American citizen is no longer what it was. The respect and support for law enforcement officials or firefighters or EMS workers or nurses or doctors is just not there anymore. None of it. You know, the youth is being lost on the internet and within their phones and their video games. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't even know what to say half the time anymore.
No, I mean, it's these kids today, they don't even know how to fold a flag properly.
Right.
It breaks my heart.
It's true. They don't even know what the flag stands for anymore, Arctic. They really don't. They're not taught the things we were taught in school. They're not taught the right parts of history that they should be taught. My son has told me things that they're teaching, and I'm like, what about this, or this? And he's, what's that? What? What do you mean, what's that? That's important parts of history that you should know, not this stupid putting out. It's ridiculous to me. There's so many things that are so broke down anymore. It is crazy to me. Let's see here. Somebody sent this to me. Let's see what it is. Are you still here, Mom, or are you back? Did I put you to sleep?
No, I'm here. I dropped the link for the Valhalla project. It's a project that I've supported for years. I have a bracelet somewhere. It's metal, so I don't wear it very often. But they're an amazing project, and that is the statistics. Is at least 22 veterans a day take their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to take into accountability the numbers of veterans that take someone else's life from severe PTSD and the damage that's done to them. And it's a sad thing that, you know, again, I'm going to rant for a minute here. We house illegal aliens that are welcomed into our country while our veterans sleep in the snow.
Very true. Very true. I've been saying this for decades. There are veterans that are sleeping on the sidewalks right outside the White House in Washington, D.C., folks, that have nowhere to go. They don't have the medications in the medical that they deserve and should get. Not all of them, just saying. There are some that choose to do that, but a lot of them, they don't choose that. Meanwhile, we're sending foreign money to foreign countries. Sorry, foreign money. Rather than paying attention to that. I still never will understand or get that. Hey, Kaylee, welcome. Good to see you today.
Not only that, but we're giving all these rich motherfuckers like Elon Musk tax breaks hand over fist, where if they were paying their fair share of taxes, would have plenty of money.
Amen. Amen. You know that there was enough money when they did that whole stimulus thing. There was enough money in this country that they absolutely could have given, and no less than. I saw this on a story of it with statistics in it of that. They could have given every family $1 million during the sea. Okay. That very well would have, made that family flourish. That would have built the economy back up. People could have covered their expenses, their homes, their vehicles, so on and so forth, but refused to do. They gave them the whatever we got. You know what I'm saying? But they could have done something like that. They showed a breakdown of it on it was a Newsweek interview or something like that. I can't remember when I watched what it was exactly called when I watched it. But they would, the way they stated it in this interview was that they want to keep the poor people poor and the rich people rich.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we've been trying the whole trickle-down economics philosophy since 1980, and it hasn't worked yet. What makes these idiots think it's going to start working now, all these years later?
absolutely true. Absolutely true. And yeah, and that's the other thing. Some people didn't even get the stimulus checks. There were people that didn't want those checks. that did not want those checks that got them, people that didn't need those checks that got, they were sending them to convicts in prison. What are they going to do with a stimulus check? How are they going to help the economy, folks? Bullshit. Sorry. So that was happening when there were people that really truly didn't need that money and they couldn't get it.
Exactly. I mean,
yeah, that was a huge mess, that whole scenario. And that, you know, Trump, that was his claim to fame. Look what I did for the country. Look what I did. Look what I did. Look what I did. I'm not downing him. Don't get me wrong. But you didn't do it the way it should have been done. I just, that's my opinion. So welcome, Daniela. Good to see you. Cap says, my check went to St. Jude's. God bless you, brother. That's awesome. St. Jude's is an amazing place. That's what I don't understand, Dane. How does a man that's in prison for murder receive a stimulus check? Because the stimulus checks were put out to help to grow the economy, bring the economy back, right? He's not out in the public world. He's not out in the economy. So how the hell did it happen? Did he even get one? It definitely
that's
did.
what I'd like to know, because from my understanding, like even veterans, if they go to jail, or to prison, they don't get any of their veteran benefit checks during the duration of their time in prison, because the taxpayers are supporting them, therefore they're not entitled to those checks.
Right. Absolutely. But it did happen. It's crazy, but it did happen. It's insane. And it did definitely help some people, Robert. You are absolutely right. There are some people that were helped by it. It did go to some of the right people, but there are some instances that it didn't, you know. Oh, I'm sorry, Exotic. Agent Orange. That's another issue. Yes. Big problem. My uncle had issues with that from being in Vietnam. It caused neurological issues for him. Melissa, you're right. Welcome, by the way. They're rewriting history. I have a set of old encyclopedias that what they are teaching in children in school is not true. Very, very true. I've looked at my son's history book. It doesn't make any sense to me anymore, you guys. I'm like, what the hell is this about? And I've asked him things about the stuff that we need to know about World War I, World War II. Like, you know, the Bay of Pigs invasion, blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that was taught to us. He has no clue what the hell I'm talking about. For the longest time, they weren't even teaching these kids how to write in cursive anymore. That was considered an elective class around here you could take. They finally put it back because we all, as parents, raised hell because our kids couldn't even sign their name. Well, they can print it. They don't need to know cursive writing. What? The Constitution's written in cursive. They couldn't even read it. That's stupid to me. Thank you so much, Zelda. It's so dumb. The way this country's gotten is just insane to me, you guys. I don't understand. So, moving on to another. Toddler found dead in a pushchair in a bathroom, had suffered cruel abuse. This is another one from over the pond. Chelsea Gleason Mitchell is accused of allowing her boyfriend, Scott Jeff, to abuse her daughter. The toddler died of callous, cruel, and ultimately fatal abuse at the alleged hands of her mother's boyfriend, with her body discovered in a pushchair, which is a wheelchair, I believe, in the bathroom of temporary housing in Ipswich, a court has heard. That's disgusting. Such a sweet little girl. Where did it go? 2-year-old Isabella was also found with cocaine in her system, another one, having been subjected to extensive injuries, which likely involved kicking or stamping. Her mother, former nursery worker Chelsea Gleason Mitchell, 24, wept in court as she went on trial alongside Scott Jeff, 24, with both accused of murdering her daughter. Sally Howells, KC, prosecuting attorney, told Ipswich Crown Court that Isabella was the daughter of Gleason Mitchell and a man called Thomas Weldon. The barrister said that emergency services found the youngster dead at a temporary housing unit run by Ipswich Borough Council in Sidegate Lane, Ipswich, on 30th of June last year. Her body was discovered after a woman reported the couple to the police shortly after 11 a.m. after receiving a communication on Facebook Messenger from a friend of hers. That message disclosed that her friend's daughter had died in her sleep 3 days before and was in her pushchair in the bathroom, said Ms. Howells. That friend was the first defendant, Chelsea Gleason Mitchell, and her daughter was Isabella. She said that the woman did not know Gleason Mitchell's current address, but it was identified by police, and officers arrived just after 1 p.m. the same day and found Isabella dead. Gleason Mitchell told Jeff and Jeff both deny Isabella's murder between June 26th and 30th of last year. Jeff denies 1 count of causing or allowing the death of a child and 2 counts of child cruelty. Ms. Howells told juries that Gleason Mitchell had admitted causing or allowing the death of a child and 2 counts of child cruelty. She said that post-mortem examination of Isabella identified extensive external traumatic injuries to the soft tissues of the body, including head, neck, torso, limbs, and other areas. Ms. Howells and Isabella sustained fracture. Ms. Howells said Isabella sustained fractures to both wrists and a complex pelvic fracture involving several bones. She said that her cause of death was given as bone marrow embolism caused by skeletal trauma. Jesus. Oh my God. The barrister said the damage caused to Isabella's pelvis was described as severe, with the likely cause either kicking on or stamping on both. My God. It's the prosecution case that Isabella Wilden was a healthy, contented, well-cared for little girl until Scott Jeff came into her young life, said Ms. Howells. She was 2 years and 9 months old at the time of her death. Towards the end of May of 2023, he entered a relationship with Chelsea. From that time up to her death, Isabella was subjected to a regime of escalating brutality, which was callous, cruel, and ultimately fatal. She said that Isabella's own mother, Chelsea, stood back, watched, did nothing, and allowed this to happen. Gleason Mitchell's family home was in the Biggleswade area of Bedfordshire, Ms. Howells said, and Jeff's last known address was with his parents' address in the same area. But they left the area together, staying in at hotels in Great Yarmouth, a caravan park, and camping in a very small tent on Castor Beach in Norfolk before they ended up in Ipswich. Ms. Howells said Gleason Mitchell had earlier been in contact with housing services at Great Yarmouth Borough Council. She stated she, her daughter, and her partner were homeless, that they had been kicked out of her home in Bedfordshire and were escaping domestic abuse from her ex-partner, Ms. Howells said. She also stated that Scott Jeff was Isabella's father. Okay. The council determined Gleason Mitchell was the responsibility of authorities in Bedfordshire. They later offered her a place for her and Isabella, but that wasn't acceptable to her, as she wanted to remain with Scott Jeff, Ms. Howells said. The barrister said the Gleason Mitchell and Jeff were arrested in Bury St. Edmunds in the early hours of July 1st last year, after they were both seen by police. In a prepared statement by police, Jeff said he didn't assault or commit any unlawful act in relation to Isabella at any time. He said he had started to notice bruising on her face. Right, of course you did. And raised concerns with my partner, who suggested those marks were nothing to worry about. Ms. Howells said Gleason told police she didn't kill her daughter, and she thinks it's the harm Scott Jeff did to her that killed her. She said the violence started when there were problems with potty training, added Isabella. Said she was Mummy's girl, Scott would hit her. She said that she had no injuries before going away with Scott Jeff, said Ms. Howells. She admitted she should have gotten help. Ms. Howells said cocaine and a byproduct of it were identified in Isabella's blood, and the results demonstrate Isabella had ingested cocaine. She said the concentrations are low, and it was not possible to determine the amount ingested and when, but it was likely to have been the previous day or so prior to the death. The barrister said that it was not known how it was ingested, but suggested secondhand smoke from a person smoking crack cocaine is a possibility. And I never thought of that. That's interesting. I wonder if that other case we looked at could have been from that too. She said that analysis of hair samples also detected the presence of a substance consistent with there having been passive exposure to cannabis. Well, that's typical. So the trial to last between 6 to 8 weeks continues. Unbelievable. Wow. So what do you two think of that one?
Just another example of someone that should have been sterilized at birth and should have never been allowed to have kids in the first place.
Agree. Take care, Exotic. Thank you so much for joining us today, dear. I definitely agree. So much of this shit, you guys. There is so much of shit. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Good Lord have mercy. Let's see here. All right, guys, that's going to do it. Let's get down to the end of the show and let's have a few laughs today. Oh, for God's sakes, I should show you guys. I think I will. Give me a minute here.
You've got to bring up the burning bush.
Yes, I am. I definitely am. You guys need to see this channel. We were dying in here last night. I'm not kidding. Literally dying last night. It was so hilarious. All right.
Chopper, if you're still in here, you're going to love this channel.
Yeah. The channel is called Mocking Media. Okay. Mama Duck brought it to us. I don't think she's in here today, but she brought it to us last night and showed it to us. And everything we looked at, I was dying. And I'm not kidding. Let's see. There's different variations, and it mocks different things, and it's quite interesting. Oh shit! Hold on a minute. Okay, so we're gonna go with today the Burning Bush, Bullhorn Betty, Part 5. This will be the first one. Uh-oh, you're leaving me, Angel. I wish you guys could stick around. I want everybody that comes in here for the morning show to be able to leave here with a smile every day. And at the end of these shows, for those of you that are newer, I always try to show some funny stuff and give us a little bit of laughing time before we get out of here for the day. But that's okay. I understand, Angel. I hope to see you again soon in the other shows that we do as well. All right, Mom. So thank you again, Angel. It's wonderful to see you, and I can't wait to see you again next time. Oh, thank you so much, Melissa. God bless. I appreciate that very much. Good to see you guys. So let's check this out. Again, guys, this is another channel I found. In fact, I'm going to drop the link in here for you guys to check it out when you get a chance to, because you're gonna love it. I'm telling you, you're really going to love it. So there is the link. Again, the channel is called Mocking Media. And he does quite a few little things like this. So here we go. This one is called The Burning Bush, Bullhorn Betty, Part 5. And I knew something was off the first time I saw it last night because of the guy they used. That's the preacher from Poltergeist 2 that walks around singing God is in his holy temple and creeps the whole world out. So yeah. Kel, it's great to see you today, dear. It's wonderful to have you back. Hope you're having a great Sunday. yes, it is definitely worth laughing at, guys. I mean, you're not going to be able to not. I haven't heard this one. We heard the one before this, but this should be just as good, in my opinion.
As many of you are welcome back to another inspiring episode of The Burning Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan of the LJR Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. As many of you are aware, Bullhorn Betty was in court again. To stop the spread of possible misinformation, she has once again agreed to come up on panel to tell her side of the story and to answer any questions that I may have regarding her case. Betty, it's good to have you here with us again, and if I may also add, I'm glad to see that you're safe after Hurricane Milton.
I know everybody's been very, very, very worried about me, so I know you're hearing a lot of bullshit from the hate channels.
Tell you what, let's forget about those channels for now and take this time to go over your hearing.
There's a few things that I'm going to say. We're not going to take a whole lot of time because I just got back. I've had a very long day, as you guys can imagine.
Of course.
And there's just a few things that I need to say to everybody that's out here that has been supporting me, has been supporting Seth's team, and has more importantly been supporting Sebastian.
Betty, let me stop you right there for a second. Now, I know that you graduated with honors and earned your paralegal degree. I also know that over your 54 years, you've worked in many imaginary law offices. With that being said, from what I recall about your hearing, you were ordered by the judge not to talk about Sebastian or his family.
I can guarantee you, promise you, 100%, you've been lied to and you were just fooled like an idiot because you listen to idiot channels.
Idiot channels? Betty, I watched the hearing on both Court TV and on WKRN News 2, the ABC affiliate in Nashville.
I'm just saying, okay, you don't go to idiots for information. Once again.
And for all of you listening, you can find the links to Betty's court hearing in this video's description.
We have a lawful legal attorney that's handling this matter on my behalf. No, I'm not going to be going to court. They're not going to see Bullhorn Betty's beautiful face inside that courtroom.
Betty, I just pointed out 2 sources of actual televised video evidence of you in court.
So I can't, again, fix stupidity. But no, you're not going to see me in court, okay?
So what do you call this? Looks like court to me.
All I can say is you guys can believe what you want, but again...
Or what about this one?
There's not a whole lot that I can say as far as I can't fix stupid, but you know...
What about this segment on Court TV's website? Or is that also stupid?
I can guarantee whatever they're saying is a flat-out lie. That I can guarantee.
So you're saying that you'd never created a fake media ID badge and wore it out in public while you were investigating?
And that's the shit I'm talking about right there. Like, why are you even fucking here is my question.
I'm here to get the truth. So I'll ask you again, did you make a fake media ID badge and wear it out in public while investigating?
Just knock the shit off. Move the fuck on. It's pretty fucking simple. You guys are bullies. Non-stop bullies.
I'll take that as a no. But what if I told you that I received photographic evidence of your media ID badge that was confiscated by the court?
Really? I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. But you won't because you're a fucking coward.
I'd be more than happy to show you.
For what?
You just asked to see it.
Do you know how childish that shit sounds? Like, seriously, grow the fuck up here on YouTube.
Listen, Betty, I know what you're doing, and it isn't going to work. You're stalling. Here's the picture of Betty's media ID badge for those of you watching.
Really?
Goodness gracious, my apologies. Here's the real picture of Betty's media ID badge.
What I'm going to tell you guys is you guys are idiots. You are fucking idiots. You get it? You understand that, right?
I understand that you can't answer a simple question even though the facts are right in front of you.
Nobody has time for your nonsense because nobody can stand your voices.
Betty, this isn't nonsense. It's the actual photo that was submitted to the court into evidence. And what do you mean by voices? Are you hearing more than one voice right now?
We are more powerful than King Kong. I truly believe that.
Betty, you have a serious problem, and I hope that you change your ways before it's too late.
Trying to tell Bullhorn Betty to change her ways ain't happening. It just isn't. It never will. Why? Because you're a fucking stranger trying to tell me how to live my life. It's not going to happen.
It's obvious that showing your popsicle stick Temu badge is causing you multiple brain farts, so we can move on. Let's talk about this moment in court where you were asked about having any contact with Chris Proudfoot.
Have you ever spoken or communicated with Mr. Proudfoot in any form?
No, sir.
It's interesting that you said under oath that you've never spoken to Mr. Proudfoot in any form. I have a slight problem with that testimony of yours.
You are the problem in the world. You understand that. It's not anybody else. It literally is you.
Let me show you my problem.
Oh, Chris, remember that text message I told? Oh, let's read the text message I sent you. I'm not going to read your response to me, but I'll read my message because I want to see if it rings true to you now, Mr. Proudfoot. Oh, I put a message. Oh, it was a voicemail message. And just to show you that this is the real Chris Proudfoot. Okay. I just don't want you seeing the message he wrote me because I don't have his permission to use it. That was weird. I didn't play my voicemail clip.
Hi, Chris. It's Bullhorn Betty. I did want to stop by because I saw you on another channel that protects criminals, which is kind of odd that you circulate those channels. However, there was one comment that you made about how we need to take law classes. And I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you know this about me, but I worked in law offices for years. I have a paralegal degree and I graduated with honors, as a matter of fact. So I know you think I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm doing, but I can promise you I do. And I've done investigative work on cases just like this many other times. So if you would like to talk off the record, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. But honestly, this is where I stand. So take it for what you will.
So, Chris, I just wanted to let you know, how do you like me now? I mean, you didn't like me before. You didn't like me before. But I just want to let you know, knock, knock. Hi, I'm Bullhorn Betty. I told you I would be up in your orifices and up in your colon. I'm not far enough yet. I'm not far enough. And I told you it'd be painless. Like you didn't even know I was up there until boom. Right? I see a polyp. Time to burn that ass, baby.
Well, that seems admissible. You just love breaking the law, don't you?
I'm not breaking the law. And if you don't believe me, sit around and wait because let's face it, they've got nothing.
Betty, you're screwed.
No, I'm not screwed. I can promise you. I give you my word. Bullhorn, this is going to all go away. It's going to go bye-bye. Okay? Now clip that bitch.
It seems that someone's in denial. Oh, well, that's all the time we have here today. Please remember to give this video a thumbs up. It lets me know that you truly get something out of my content. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to seeing you next time on The Burning Bush.
Okay, so that was one. There's more coming. Oh, you guys have to see these things. I'm telling you. I was throttled last night, guys. I was dying. I think we all were. Mom was in here last night. Arctic was in. We were losing a grip last night.
The best part of that one was the Lonely Fans badge.
Yes, 100%. Oh my God. Let me find another good one here. I guess the other Burning Bush one would be good. Or the, what the hell?
He's done like 5 of the Burning Bush ones on Betty.
Yeah, he has. There was the number 4 is the one I was trying. Well, hold on. Let me get back to this again. Here we are. Okay, let's go with this one. This one from last year, part 4. Let's go with that real quick. These are definitely, for those of you that, I don't want anybody to be confused, these are spoof videos. They're not really happening. That's why it's called mocking media. But they made it seem so really realistic that you really would think that this is all happening the way it is. It's really well done.
Welcome back to another inspiring episode of the Burn.
Yeah, Pebbles was losing a grip last night. She was a mess. It was too much.
Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan of the LJR Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. As many of you may have heard, Bullhorn Betty had her first court appearance back on September 10th. I reached out to Betty and asked her to join me once again to discuss what's been going on. She has agreed, and she's here with us now. Hello, Betty. Thank you for being here.
Jailhouse Betty is with you guys this wonderful, wonderful evening.
Betty, it's always a wonderful evening and a blessing when you are here.
It is Bullhorn Betty's birthday.
Happy 54th birthday, Betty. I hope that you enjoyed your day surrounded by all of your real-life friends. Did they all get together and take you?
Do we know how old she really is? I think she's like 42 or something, isn't she?
I can't remember.
42 or 46 or something, but she's not 54. That's too funny to me too. Shit, I can't remember. I'll figure it out. But anyway, this is great, guys. Listen.
You out? What did you crazy girls get up to?
So I went out. I could have gone to any place I wanted to in this town. I could have went from Pier 22 to some of the best tasting steaks around. I had my choice of any place I wanted to go.
Any place you wanted to go? Wow, you truly are blessed to have such good real-life friends.
My mom gave me my choice.
That's amazing. I'm glad to hear that you allowed your mom to tag along with you and all of your real-life human friends.
And you will not believe where I chose to go.
White Cracker Barrel.
I wanted their fried chicken. I'm sorry. I was craving fried chicken. I wanted fried chicken. And guess what? Bullhorn Betty got it, right? Bullhorn Betty got herself a big old plate of fried chicken.
Yummy. That sounds healthy.
It was so good. It was so good.
I'm so happy that you had an amazing birthday dinner. Now, I didn't want to say anything, but I got you a few gifts for your birthday. I just received confirmation from Amazon that they were delivered, and I'd be honored if you opened them now.
Now it's time to open up the gifts. What do we got? Dun, dun, dun. Oh!
Do you like it?
This is the perfect man for my life.
What on earth are you talking about?
Snuggly, cuddly, and doesn't say a damn thing. How did you know?
What? It's a back massager.
Oh, God bless you, whoever you are. How did you know?
Betty, for the last time, it's for your back.
Tell me how to use this. Is this just a toy? Oh, this is great. This is so great. Thank you, guys. It was so good. It was so good.
I think it should be noted that my listeners, including myself, have all thrown up in our mouths. Asked, how was it for you?
Moist?
Oh, no.
I don't use moist, okay? Moist is a
Just
really
stop.
weird word for me, okay? I'll have to be honest with you.
Stop
It's a word I don't like using.
Kill me now.
Moist is not a word, but I don't know what else other
Stop
word to use. It tasted like...
Betty sings with the choir every Sunday. Lifts her voice, but there's another way. Her actions don't match her lines. Secular nights and holy skies.
Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers.
Practice what you preach, walk the righteous path. Truth in your heart, love in your crowd. Break those chains, it's not too late to start.
Sorry about that, folks. I had to cut the live feed and have a private talk with Betty. She's promised me from here on out that she'll behave. So let's try this again. Betty, welcome back.
Not one toy was pulled out. I almost had.
Betty, now remember what we just talked about.
Just thought I'd throw that out there for any jellies out there. But I have to tell you guys something. And if you tell anybody I told you, I'm going to lie about it. Okay? I will. I promise you I will.
Betty, it better be clean. This is a family channel.
Seth and Tony, three-way. I thought it was sweet. I did tell him thank you, but please don't quit your day job.
Were you dropped on your head as an infant? I'm afraid to ask how long that lasted.
45 seconds.
Well, looking at your figure, it makes sense.
There's not a whole lot there, right?
I'd rather make love to a bucket of broken glass.
So I'm going to tell you, you guys have really brightened up my day without a doubt. You guys have made this birthday definitely memorable, even though we couldn't be out searching for somebody.
I'm glad that your birthday has been memorable. Although, what do you mean by we couldn't be out searching for somebody?
Every year, I donate my birthday to help a missing person.
Wow, that's mighty kind of you. I take it there are no missing persons this year then?
This is the first year that I was not able to do it.
So you're able to search for missing people, just not the one that you want to find in Tennessee, right? What about the 1,700 missing people in Florida? Or don't they matter that much to you since they're not trending?
We have to believe in the plan, right? The divine plan for each one of our paths in our lives. And we have to look at the silver lining when things don't go the way we think they should go.
Well, that was the biggest heaping mouthful of word salad that I've ever heard. Obviously, you're deflecting, so we'll move on. It seems as though your name has been making its rounds on YouTube lately, and many creators are covering your ongoing antics. I was curious as to what you think about some of their coverage on you. Let's say Burnt Toast, for example. What's your opinion on her and her channel?
She's just a beautiful, beautiful soul, and I love the work that she does. She's one of the first people when I came on this platform that I gravitated to for information and other things. So if you haven't had an opportunity, please get over there and sub her up and listen to some of her great content.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I'll add a link to her channel in this video's description. Well, Betty, it's getting late, and we've been unable to discuss anything about your current court case. Perhaps we can do this again soon.
I really, really, really super appreciate you guys. And without you, I don't know. My birthday might have been a little humbuggish, you know?
I'm happy that you were able to be with real-life humans and not a bunch of nut jobs from your online echo chamber on your birthday. It was amazing to hear about all of the people in the real world that wanted to be close to you and celebrate your special day. I hope that you have a good evening, and I look forward to our next conversation.
You guys have a great day. God bless you, and rock it out with your coffee beans out.
Well, that's all the time we have here today. I hope that all of you enjoy your...
Okay, guys, just make sure you have tissues in case you're crying, because this stuff to me, I just couldn't last night. I was dying.
Welcome back to another inspiring episode of The Burning Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan of the LJR Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. Today, I have a very special guest for all of you. Those of you who live in Manatee County may know her as Andra Griffin. For others, especially those who walk those YouTube streets, you may know her best as Bullhorn Betty. Some of you may be curious as to why I'm allowing Betty on my platform today. As many of you are aware, I am strongly against the Christian nationalism movement, and I feel that it is my duty to you, my viewers, to expose the hypocrisy of those who believe in this movement. After all, when Jesus walked the earth, He challenged his disciples to love the marginalized, oppressed, and disenfranchised. Christian nationalism establishes religious superiority over others, which in turn hinders the missional mandate of the gospel. After all, Jesus asks that we humble ourselves and that we should not rise above others. Having said that, I've been watching Betty for about 3 years, and I've even participated in chat on many of her live streams. After many hours of watching her alleged content, it is in my humble opinion that she is indeed a hypocrite. I've invited her to this conversation to confront her over her words and actions, for I feel that she has the right to defend and try to explain herself. She was here earlier but left suddenly due to making some chicken. Let's see if she's here. Betty, are you with us?
Hey guys, so I am back because I'm cooking right now. I'm trying to cook something chickeny so I can get some nutrients in me. I'm not feeling all that hot today, as you guys can imagine.
I'm sorry that you're not feeling well today. You do sound slightly unwell and severely bloated. My invisible thoughts and prayers go out to you. I'd like to talk to you for a moment about your channel. That's if you're feeling well enough to do so.
Nobody is forcing you to be on my channel. Nobody's forcing you to watch. As a matter of fact, you go out of your way to watch me. So if you're going to continue to watch me, I'm going to continue to ask to stop trolling my chat. That is so stupid.
I think that you have your false idol red hat on way too tight. I and many others don't understand how calling out your lies and hypocrisy is considered trolling.
I'm going to ask again, if you do not like the content on my channel, go someplace else for your information, for your entertainment, okay? And I also want to say this is an entertainment channel.
What in the world is an entertainment channel?
If you don't like the content, change the fucking channel.
Betty, there's absolutely no reason for you to start spewing profanities. Remember, keep thy tongue from evil and thy lips from speaking guile. You should really think about changing your ways before it's too late.
Trying to tell Bullhorn Betty to change her ways ain't happening. It just isn't. It never will. Why? Because you're a fucking stranger trying to tell me how to live my life. It's not going to happen.
You know, there's a stranger who has this book, the Bible something, maybe you've heard of it, where he lays out how we should live our lives. I was actually just quoting a passage from it that pertains to your use of foul language.
And that's the shit I'm talking about right there. Like, why are you even fucking here is my question.
I'm here because my mommy and daddy held hands, and also because it's my channel.
Just knock the shit off. Move the fuck on. It's pretty fucking simple. You guys are bullies. Non-stop bullies. And you're trying to convince the whole world that I'm the bully when they see you coming into my chat every single fucking day with your nonsense and bullshit.
Persecution complex much?
It's not me, babe. It's you. This is all you do. This is all you'll ever be worth, is going into somebody's chat and disrupting them. That's it. Nobody's coming into your chat and disrupting you because you don't matter. You understand that, right?
Oh, please, great and powerful Betty, please tell me how to live so that I might matter again.
Now you want me to tell you how to live your life. I'm happy to do that. Let me know who you are. I'm happy to tell you how to live your life and everything about you. Just let me know who you are.
Who am I? I'll tell you who I'm not, a Christian nationalist.
You are the problem in the world. You understand that. It's not anybody else. It literally is you. It's your whole group of people. It's your whole echo chamber.
My group of people within our own echo chamber? That's rich coming from someone who's MAGA.
Really? Do you know how childish that shit sounds? Like, seriously, grow the fuck up here on YouTube. It's getting fucking annoying. It's getting ridiculous. It's becoming childish. Show me who you are so we can look in your past and see how perfect you are. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. But you won't, because you're a fucking coward.
Betty, enough. I think it's time to end this interview.
For what?
Well, I think I proved to our listeners at home just how much of a hypocrite you are. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before I let you go?
You'll never grow. You'll never be anything living in a place of hate. So I hope everybody wakes up tomorrow and decides to be on the better side of the bed and tries to be more productive instead of so damn hateful.
Betty, that was actually really sound advice.
People need to start condemning people being so fucking.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you, Betty. And thank you to everyone watching. Please be sure to like, subscribe, and share. And I'll see you next time on The Burning Bush.
Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I heard this one was really good, too. I have not heard this one, so I don't know what to expect, but I'm telling you, these are all funny. Hey, Sus, good to see you.
To snuggle up with your favorite blanket, grab a glass of warm milk, put on your Team Foul Play t-shirt, and listen to another classic children's tale by your favorite person in the whole wide world. Auntie Betty.
Once upon a time, there was a stupid fucking little girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but most of all by her grandmother. And there was nothing that she would not have given to the child. And let me say this, I wasn't fucking loved and nobody gave me shit. I had to earn everything I have. So anyway, Granny gave this little entitled bitch a cap made of red velvet, which suited her so well that she would never wear anything else. I have a fucking red cap. It says, "Make America Great Again, bitches." So blah, blah, blah. This kid was called Little Red Riding Hood. One day her mother, who I fucking think is a murderer, said to her, "Hey Red, take this bottle of wine to your grandma. She's sick and it'll make her feel good." Now let me say this, people. I bet Granny here has that fake COVID shit. And by the way, who gives their kid a fucking bottle of wine? It's probably a bottle of children's blood. You and I both know that the deep state elites drink that shit to feel young. I swear, we have to protect these fucking children. So anyway, Granny lived far out into the woods, so Little Red got on her merry fucking way. Just as her woke ass entered the woods, a wolf came up to her. Red didn't know that wolves were assholes, and so she didn't even seem to be afraid of him. Like I said before, we have to protect our children. Why wouldn't you teach your grandchild about fucking wolves? Jesus H. Christ, people. I bet this wolf is a fucking terrorist who crossed over one of our borders. Anyway, Little Red said, "Good day, wolf." The wolf was like, "Thanks. Where the fuck are you off to?" The girl said, "To my grandma's house." The wolf replied, "What the fuck's that in your apron?" Little Red said, "Wine for my sick grandma." The wolf was like, "Where the fuck does she live?" Red was like, "Her house is in the fucking woods, you simple fuck, under the large oak tree." The wolf thought to himself, "I know where that house is. And you know what? I'm also fucking starving. If I run ahead, I can eat the old bitch and then I can eat this dumb kid when she arrives." Let me just stop the story right here and say something. This girl's parents should be fucking arrested. After I'm done reading this story, I'm getting in my mom's car and driving my ass to her fucking parents' house. Team Foul Play bitches. Okay, so the wolf ditched the little dumb bitch and ran far ahead of her and went straight to her grandma's house. He knocked on the door and he heard a voice from within say, "Who's there?" The wolf giggled, kind of like how I giggle while using my strap-on. He said, "It's me, Grandma, Little Red. I brought you some wine. Open the door." The voice inside said, "Come in, it's unlocked. I'm too weak to get out of bed to let you in myself." The wolf turned the knob and the door sprung open. Without saying a word, he ran to the grandma's room and leapt straight at her and devoured her raggedy old ass. Then the creepy fuck put on her clothes and laid down in her bed and drew the curtains. I'm sorry, but I have to stop right here. He put on her fucking clothes? Really? What in the actual fuck? It's this kind of shit right here that hurts our children. A story about a male wolf wearing women's clothes? I swear to Christian nationalism that at my next town hall meeting, I'm going to propose that this book be fucking banned and burned. So anyway, some time passed and Little Red finally arrived at her grandma's house. She was surprised to find the front door standing open, and when she stepped inside, she had a strange feeling. Well, no shit, you stupid bitch. She called out, Grandma, it's me.
Thank you so much, Sussbusters, for the super chat. Says Dago and Meatballs. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate you so very much, Sus. We really do. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Me, Little Red. But she received no answer. She went to the bedroom, drew back the curtains, and there lay her grandma, who was looking a little fucking different. Little Red said, Grandma, what big ears you have. The stupid fucking wolf in drag replied, the better to hear you with. Then Little Red said, but Grandma, what big eyes you have. The better to see you with, my dear, said the wolf. But Grandma, what big teeth you have. The furry replied, the better to eat you with. Suddenly, the wolf leapt from the bed and swallowed Little Red right up. With his belly full, he laid back down and fell asleep. His belly, however, began to growl loudly from the meal it had just received. At that exact moment, a local lumberjack was passing by the house and thought to himself, fuck, there are some strange noises coming from within that old crow's house. Maybe I should check in on her and make sure that she's okay. So he went into the house, and when he came to the bedroom, he saw that the wolf was lying in bed, fast asleep. He noticed that the wolf's belly was fucking huge, and then he soon realized that the wolf had ate the old lady who lived here. He took out a pair of scissors and began to cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. After the first 2 snips, the wolf's stomach popped, and Little Red and her grandma spilled out onto the floor. The lumberjack took out his axe and quickly chopped off that sick fucker's head. The end. So, I'd appreciate if all of you comment on my fucking awesome story. And if you think for one goddamn second that you're going to leave me a shitty comment, let me tell you this. That is considered stalking. If you disagree with me, that's bullying and abuse, motherfuckers. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share my awesome video. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to church.
Whoever they got to do the voice thing was so funny. So close. What the hell is this? Hold up. Oh, here's another one I'm not familiar with. She's off to church. Yeah, she definitely needs to go to church. That's no lie. Yeah, let's see what we got here.
Hello, and welcome back to our channel. Today's stream is in celebration of us reaching over 2,000 subscribers. None of this could have been possible without all of you, and for that, we appreciate each and every one of you. We have a very special show for you today, so let's jump right in. Surprisingly enough, to help us celebrate this milestone, a few creators have reached out and asked us if they could come up on panel and say a few kind words to mark this special occasion. To our surprise, the creators who reached out to us just so happened to be those who we have mocked before. It's amazing that we can all put aside our differences, even if it's just for today.
Subscribers is quite the milestone.
We appreciate your kind words, and you're absolutely right. We haven't always seen eye to eye. However, even after everything we've been through, it's good to see that at least in this moment, we can be civil.
Far be it for me to argue with that logic. I'm however relieved that this reunion of sorts hasn't been a complete dumpster fire. On that note, I must be off. I have a great many things to attend to, and I hope that you and the viewers at home can.
I truly have no idea who does this, who put it together. All I'm telling you is it's so funny. They do a great job. The way they put this together is just genius, and it is too funny.
And understand and respect my need to do what I must do. Congratulations again on your success, my feathered friend. Cheers.
Thank you very much for coming up on panel, and for your kind words. We all wish you the best, and we all look forward to the day when you decide to return. Alright, let's see who's coming up on panel next.
Mocking media. What is up, my favorite bird? Holy shit, I can't believe that you finally hit 2K. That's the shit. You have to be totally super psyched. This is pretty fucking huge for you.
We're really excited. It's great to find.
I'm just so friggin' happy for you. You've worked so damn hard.
We're just as excited. We were just going to say that it's great to find.
Oh my God, did you see my newest video on Molly Golightly? I hate to make this about me right now, but I've just received some inside information from one of my sources. I swear at the end of my newest 5-hour stream, I'll reveal it to the world.
That sounds really interesting. If we could rewind a bit, I was just going to say that it's great to find.
Boom shakalaka! I just scored me some tickets to see Bret Michaels. Time to get my totally badass bandana and fingerless gloves signed.
Jesus Christ, are you finished? We were hoping to have a brief conversation about.
Holy shit! Hey, listen, gotta run. Walmart just got some limited edition Harry Potter tank tops, and you know that I can't show off my sexy side boob without one. It was great talking to you again, Mocking, and congratulations on the 2,000 subs. Uni out, bitches.
Well, that went absolutely nowhere. Okay, let's see who we have coming up next.
Before I say anything about you and your stupid channel reaching 2,000 subscribers, I need you to drop the link to my Cash App.
Michelle, that was not a part of our deal at all. We already discussed this prior to the stream. You say a few nice things, and then we drop the link. Does any of that ring a bell?
I want all of your stupid fucking viewers to send me some cash right the fuck now. Electric bills don't pay them fucking selves.
Fine, there it is. The link has been dropped. Are you fucking happy now? Are you now ready to say some nice things about us for reaching 2,000 subscribers?
2,000 subs, huh? Well, my channel has more than that, so in your face, bitches. Let me just say this. Whoever the fuck you are, you will never have a channel as big as mine.
The last time I checked, this wasn't a fucking competition. Can you just say something remotely nice about our channel, and then you can drop the fuck back down?
You want me to say something nice? I still haven't received one fucking Cash App from anyone in here watching. Do you even fucking understand that my power could be shut off any minute now? Now, I suggest that one of you fat bitches send me some money right the fuck now before my power is cut off and you lose out on the most awesome compliment that I have for you and your stupid channel.
Can someone in the chat please send her a few dollars so she can say what she has to say and then drop back down?
Are you fucking serious? $2 whole fucking dollars? Screw this. I'm gonna go see how much I can make in one of Ski's streams. I'm out, bitches.
Holy shit. Well, that sure as hell didn't go the way we all thought it would. Perhaps our next guest will be a bit more cooperative.
Hello there, Mocking Media. I just wanted to stop by and let you know that it's such a blessing that your channel has reached 2,000 subscribers. Seriously, you are blessed, my friend.
That was so kind of you to say. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome. And if I may, I'd like to give you a little pointer to help your channel grow even bigger and better than ever.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. By all means, please continue.
It's the least I can do for you. Now listen, what I'm about to tell you, you might want to write it down. It's something that I read every single day.
Sure are,
and I
Topper.
truly believe that if you follow what I'm about to say, you'll be a huge success like I am.
Betty, you are absolutely amazing. Okay, I got my pen and paper ready. Please continue.
So this is from the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 22. It reads, "But I tell you, everyone who is angry with his brother or sister will be subject to judgment. Whoever insults his brother or sister will be subject to the court. Whoever says, 'You fool,' will be subject to hellfire." Now, the other one I truly live by is from Luke chapter 6, verse 45. And it says, "A good man brings good things out of the good stored up in his heart, and an evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in his heart. For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of."
So, you're saying that you live by those two Bible verses every day and in every stream that you do?
Well, I mean, not every stream, but definitely on the streams that I post on Sundays.
The only thing that you post on Sundays are your mega Trump Jesus Christian nationalism gatherings. The rest of your streams are nothing but you begging for donations, accusing parents of being murderers, verbally attacking and blocking anyone who doesn't agree with you, and pretending that you're Scooby-Doo who is out solving mysteries. Frankly, you're nothing but an entitled, unhinged, and foul-mouthed hypocrite.
Hey, Mocking! My speakers must have went out for a second. I didn't catch anything that you just said. And wow, would you look at the time? Sorry, but I have to be going. As one who follows in Jesus's footsteps, I have a clan. I mean, Trump rally to attend, followed by a bonfire later on in the woods with my 3%er buddies. After that, I have my women's Bible study group where we're voting on what books to burn next. You know me, I'm always doing the Lord's work.
Everything that you just mentioned is not even remotely close to doing the Lord's work.
You don't know your fucking ass from a hole in the wall. Why, just recently, I started a contest to see which one of my followers could come up with the cruelest and most disgusting nickname for a missing child's parents. I even offered a $25 gift card for the winner. If that doesn't say Christ-like, then you're fucking lost. And furthermore, consider yourself blocked and labeled a bully on my channel.
Can everyone here say hypocrite? Okay.
Hey, AR, good to see you, brother. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're feeling good. And I hope you had a great weekend, sir. Thank you for dropping by. We appreciate you much. Thank you so very much, sir. I appreciate you. This is crazy stuff, folks. I've never, until I found this last night, Mama Duck sent it to me. I just was floored. I couldn't believe that they put this out. It is so funny, some of it. Really is.
Moving on. Hopefully our next guest isn't as touched in the head.
Hey guys, it's Katie from Without a Crystal Ball. I just want to say congratulations on reaching 2,000 subscribers. I can still remember the day when I bought my first 2,000 subs, and let me tell you, it's so awesome.
Thank you so much for being here. Unfortunately, we didn't buy any of our subscribers. We earned them.
You earned them? Of course you did. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I absolutely love your channel, and I'm dying to know when you'll start live streaming. It's so much fun. I could just stream for hours and hours. It's not like I have anything else to do.
Well, you do have a family. Perhaps you could go and do that.
Oh my God, now you're being a silly goose. If I have to waste my time playing family, who else will get you the inside scoop on Cody Brown and Josh Duggar?
Are you telling me that you never leave your desk because you might miss out on some stupid television drama?
Why would I ever leave my desk? Todd can do all that boring family stuff. It's not like his guitars are paying the bills, if you know what I'm saying. Plus, I have everything I need right here. This is the sacrifice that I make for my subscribers, to get them the latest breaking Brown and Duggar family news.
What happens when nature calls and you need to use the restroom? Do you turn off your camera and take a quick break, or do you hold it all in until you finish your stream?
That's easy. I just piss my pants. My secret is my Pampers streamers. They were designed for the all-day streamer like myself. Views and watch hours really matter, and I don't have time to stand up and leave my computer. I could miss out on all of the latest breaking news.
Did I just hear you right? Did you just say that you wear diapers?
Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry, but I have to go. A video was just released of Cody Brown walking on his hands. I'm being told that you can see his pee-pee flopping around inside his pants. That just makes my bottom damp. See? Thank you, Pampers streamer.
Obviously, in Katie's house, being wet means something completely different. Okay, let's see who's coming up next.
Hey, Mocking Media. Sorry I wasn't here sooner, but I just got back from Vatican City. Yeah, I was there finishing up some of the work that I did in the Sistine Chapel, you know, on its ceiling. So how y'all doing? Congrats on your 2,000 subs, by the way.
Thank you for your kind words, and congratulations to you as well. We all appreciate the beautiful work of art that you've painted inside of the Sistine Chapel. It's truly a masterpiece.
Yeah, I know it is. Oh, and I also just finished a commission piece for some Italian guy named Leo da Vinci or something like that. Would you all like to see it? I'm about to make like $400 off of it.
We would love to see it.
Okay, here it is. It's a painting of myself, as you can see from the glasses. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
this
Da
is not
Vinci
great.
worked on his back. You worked on your knees.
A mixture of oak and popsicle sticks. Now, this canvas I also made from scratch. It's woven from silk, cotton, and denim. For the actual painting itself, I used watercolor, acrylics, and mostly paint by numbers. And go ahead, bitches, reverse image search it. You won't find anything like this. It's 100.
What'd you say?
I said Da Vinci worked on his back. She worked on her knees.
Right, exactly. Oh my God. Oh, cool. Thanks, Mom.
100% original.
Is your tube top cutting off the flow of oxygen to your brain? That's the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci.
I'm not fucking stupid, y'all. Leonardo was a teenage mutant ninja turtle. I should know. I designed all of them. Honestly, what do any of you know? My friend, a fucking bartender, already translated to you idiots what art is. And I think it's fucking hilarious that the real artists in this community think they know more about art than a bartender. Screw this noise, y'all. I'm out.
Well, her personality is just like her art. Fucking fake. Hopefully, our next guest isn't as fake as our last.
Hey y'all, it's Megs. Well, it looks like bored and lonely women sitting on their unemployed asses at home will have to wait a little bit longer than usual for the next season of Vanderpump Rules. An insider told me personally that the production for season 12 was put on pause despite typically filming in the summer months.
What in the plagiarizing hell are you talking about?
Oh my God, like, I can't believe you questioned me. That's just disgusting. You're nothing but a stupid troll.
Hey, Poppy Longstocking. Calm your simple ass down. It was a simple question. You literally have the coping skills of a petulant child.
See, there y'all go again, shaming me. It's disgusting. Y'all are just a bunch of stupid poopy head trolls. Me and my online friends know who you really are. I even have a voicemail to prove it.
Awesome. We would just love for you to play a voicemail that you have that exposes who we really are. Finally, our secret identity will be revealed.
Just remember, you stupid troll, you asked for it, and here it is. Well, like I said to you yesterday, Veda's art is definitely fake. I talked to her about it on Tuesday, and I was like, "What? You know you're going to get crap for that." She was like, "Oh, well, you're my mod. It's your job is to deal with all of the trolls." And, you know, I told her that Mocking Media made some posts on Twitter already, and that Rev and Suzanne, and of course Chesh, were already doing sort of the same thing and calling her out. She was like, "I don't care. Aaron's video will clear it all up until I have time to address it." Then I was like, "Veda, those people are kind of known in the community as artists, and Aaron is just like, you know, a freaking bartender." She didn't care and was like, "Everyone is either with me or against me on this one." Shit, that's the wrong voicemail. Hold on a second. Let me find the right one. I'll come back up later with the right one. And by the way, congratulations on your 2,000 subs.
That was very interesting. The voicemail that she just played didn't really expose us. She honestly just exposed herself. Seems about right though. It's a shame that she dropped down. We were just getting ready to ask her if she'll be celebrating Christmas this year. We eagerly await that GoFundMe stream. Has anyone talked to Dottie at all lately? Anyway, let's see who we have coming up next.
Congratulations, Mocking Media, on reaching 2,000 subscribers. And that's all that I have to say, because when I shut my mouth and walk away, it does not mean you have won. It simply means you are not worthy of my time anymore.
Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing? Since we're celebrating 2,000 subscribers today, would you mind showing all of us your real face and using your real voice? It would mean so much to us. See now, that wasn't so hard. We appreciate seeing the real you, and we're so glad that you're here celebrating with us today. How are you feeling so far? Are you still nervous for showing your real face? Holy shit. What in the hell did you just...
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Welcome, Mama Duck. Thank you so much again for showing us this channel. I'm choking on my own coffee. Hold on. On we go.
Just say. Perhaps if I tried turning on the closed caption, we would all be able to understand you. Okay, could you please say that just one more time? Note to self. Why you never press on an infant's soft spot. I didn't understand the thing you said. Even the closed caption was stroking the fuck out trying to solve that marble mouth gibberish. Amazing. Even with the closed caption on, I still can't understand a word that you spray. On the other hand, the term spitting facts makes complete sense to me now. Clearly, that big bad wolf is a mad fucking nutter. Okay, we have.
Ugh. You guys might have to call a fucking ambulance. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm gonna have an
Sounded
aneurysm.
like Ozzy Osbourne after a 2-week bender.
Oh my god. Right. Oh no, that was bad. Oh, no. Oh shit.
Have time for one more person to come up on panel. The link has been dropped.
Where did the puppy go? He was funny. His mouth hole leaks just like mine when I talk.
Unfortunately, the puppy had to go take a nap. He did a lot of sitting on his ass today and it made him tired. What about you? What did you do today?
I did kung fu today, and Grandma said that it's my nap time soon, so I can't stay on too long.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. You're such a good boy.
Congratulations on the 2,000 subscribers.
Thank you so much, and we all hope that you have a nice nap.
Do you like corn on the cob?
You silly boy, go take your nap.
Okay, bye.
That's all of the time that we have here today. I'd like to thank all of our guests, viewers and subscribers. We are nothing without all of you, and we appreciate you all very deeply. Until the next time, goodbye.
Oh my god, I so hope they do one on T. Rev and Dolly. You're muted, Dago.
That would be beyond hilarious. Oh my god. What the hell is this one? Hold on a minute. God. My head hurts, my back, my side hurts. Hold on. I jumped off of the wrong. 1 second. That was rough, and I mean rough. Is mom you here still, hon?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to keep from cackling in y'all's ears.
Oh no, let it be. Let it
Oh
be.
god, that's so funny. I'm like over here in tears.
I am too. I was too. Wolf News. What the hell is this one? Oh, for God's sakes, guys. Jesus. It was. They hold no bones about doing this either. This is too funny to me. Let's see. Mocking. What does this one say?
Well, we are back for another weekly roundup. God, this week went by really fast. It was a very busy, but it definitely went by fast. So I'll take it. Well, I think we're start because we like to get this out of the way so we can do the fun stuff. Good. Like we'll start with the clown report. Yes, it like we were saying recently, and
They got the wolf guy back at the bottom in here too. Do you see him? The one that was making that shit we were laughing at. Here he is again. Doing the same damn thing. I want to know who the hell this is after. Who they're saying this one is, because I've never heard of him. But oh god.
It seems that Mocking Media and them are bringing up Veda and her art stuff again, which is ridiculous. Why bring all of that up again?
They're not only the groups.
Right.
The Sixers, her girl, my name.
Yeah.
My girlfriend, and my girl,
Yeah.
Right.
And Marvel like the old like Alfred.
Yeah.
Very so whenever it up and on her,
Right.
you can't get it. Bar get that silver first, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then you get what you have.
Yeah, right. They're just that's all they're saying because nobody knows what the hell he's saying.
Still be red. Yes, and our mind is like our fat. On that's and fun. Hell yeah, but they really the sputters to what's up here.
You need help.
Right.
You know, you actually really seriously need to go seek some mental health help.
Right.
Bar over. Oh yeah, pushing it. And that's knowing I'm from it was the own carry market media.
Yeah.
This next but I don't have to
Exactly.
maybe not.
You need a straight jacket
Yeah.
and a shot of Thorazine. Please. Yeah.
Man, I'm not who has to understand. So you will have to early. And I'm on my
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nearly a
Right.
I'm still pressing with back in I'll
Yeah.
just hold it.
Yeah.
This here will hold about it.
Right.
Right.
But you sign up.
Right.
I like you because she's going to
Yeah.
I wouldn't sometimes we can just be having your I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Or hope you think glad to be back.
Exactly.
And I now you
Yep, I think so.
man, you want that? I don't remember pay you. And like this, Sally. Oh, you would.
Right.
Push that hand. Mark it. And we're going to bring it. Alice.
Yep, I think so.
And we walk on my because how do we part?
Right.
Yeah.
It keeps it.
Right.
The church under that. That's why.
Yeah.
Good shot. So you reckon it?
Yeah.
Or they have not
Exactly.
Says here, as a last son.
Yeah.
I like you because she's going to
Right.
I wouldn't sometimes we can just be having your I'm assuming.
Right.
Or hope you think glad to be back.
Yeah.
And I now you
Yeah.
Here.
Exactly.
It's nearly a
Right.
I'm still pressing with back in I'll
Right.
just hold it.
Yeah.
This here will hold about it. Scout.
Yep, I think so.
She has a kind of this here. That's so
Yeah.
I almost now Lord I got a bus on the dog woman.
Exactly.
Oh, that's not on 2 years to push up.
Yeah.
I just need to get up to kind of web a little bit better off on super. What I did about hey, yeah.
Right.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
Push that hand. Mark it. And we're going to bring it. Hey, yeah.
Yep, I think so. All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night, y'all. Peace out.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
You're muted, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could have told me before. Jeez. I couldn't understand a word. Please notify me when English dubbed. Closed caption failed. Sheer perfection. Oh my god. Wolfisms are spot on. Who is this guy? I've never heard of this guy.
Don't ask me. I've never heard of him either.
I don't know. I ran across him on Twitter a couple months ago.
Does he really talk that way?
Oh, I thought you meant mocking. Oh, yeah. I don't know who this wolf pack is. I don't have a clue.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see one more here.
We wanna go home with you. get the best of me.
Speak and spell from Texas Instruments. That is correct. With snap-in modules with hundreds more words for we'll look around and keep our eyes open for clues. Clues? Boom, 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 boom.
What's with him?
Users and losers and losers and users. I don't use trust. Don't use trust. Come on. You know we're usually even part of the time.
He's the hero that was bred for action, but the evil Lord.
Wow. That was a quick one. So let's see. What's this thing here? Another Bullhorn Betty scenario. Hold up. No, the Burning Bush ones are funnier. Can we hear this one? No. We didn't. Hold on. This is number 3. All right. Here we go again.
Welcome back to another inspiring episode of The Burning Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan, of the LJR Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. Today, I'd like to discuss the work that I do for the Department of Corrections. Recently, with the help of the Sumner County Jail in Gallatin, Tennessee, I established the Faith Awakening for Offenders workshop. The Faith Awakening for Offenders, or FAFO for short, uses a targeted curriculum, compassionate coaches, and restorative community to replace participants' criminal thinking and behaviors with a renewed purpose and biblically based life principles. Dear Lord, it's her. Excuse me for a moment. I need to take this call. Hello?
Hello. This call will be late and monitored. I have a collect call from
Bullhorn Betty.
an inmate at Sumner County Jail in Gallatin, Tennessee. To accept the call, press 1. To decline, press 2. You have pressed 1. Please hold while I connect you.
It's nice to see you guys again.
Hello, Betty. It's so good to finally hear from you. A lot of people, including myself, haven't heard from you since your court hearing.
Many people are talking about this whole court thing. I just want to say I cannot fix the stupidity of the ignorance and the content creators that willfully violate the law, like trying to play the court proceeding unlawfully and illegally on their channel. And my attorney has already filed in the court action.
That's all very interesting, but for a moment, can we talk about the orange elephant in the room? How on earth did you end up in jail?
I can guarantee you, promise you, 100%, you've been lied to and you were just fooled, like an idiot, because you listen to idiot channels.
Betty, I haven't been lied to. I just accepted this collect call from you, from jail, and I can see the orange jumpsuit that you have on.
All I can say is you guys can believe what you want, and if you choose to listen to them, you will always be disappointed, okay?
I can promise you, if they were believable, people would be on their channel believing their horse shit instead of over here getting the real facts and information.
Look, I get it. You're deflecting, and it's understandable. Can we at least discuss the court case? I remember when you were asking your subscribers for their hard-earned money because for some reason you can't work so that you could hire a lawyer. However, it appears that you didn't even have one represent you in court. Can you please explain that to me?
Once again, we have an attorney, okay? We have a lawful legal attorney that's handling this matter on my behalf.
Betty, there's this groovy thing on the internet called public records. I saw your case file and you didn't have a lawful legal attorney. Now, unless your lawyer's name was Pro Se, I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
They build their platform on lies, and people have got to stop listening to them.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that Sumner County Court's website is built on lies, and we shouldn't believe anything that's on it?
I can guarantee whatever they're saying is a flat-out lie. They lie and manipulate you. That I can guarantee.
Now that you mention it, I think you're right. They are lying and manipulating people. I just looked over your intake file, and they're claiming that you weigh 165 pounds. Clearly, with your curves and that muffin top, and let's not forget that full-body George Washington hairdo, you weigh less.
There's not a whole lot that I can say as far as I can't fix stupid. Okay, you don't go to idiots for information.
You're absolutely right. In general, you should never go to idiots for anything. Speaking of idiots, how are you able to afford this lawful and legal attorney?
One person in particular has provided some help, lots of help, and I'm very gracious for that. Through those efforts, we were able to raise $1,250. And while we don't try to rob our subscribers of funds unnecessarily, like Queen...
Let me stop you right there. Are you telling me that your subscribers pay for all of the trouble that you get yourself into? Where does all of this advocacy of yours come into play? You seem to be prospering from victims and the trauma that their families endure. It's unbelievable that your subscribers fund all of your trips, your gas, your hotels, your food, and there's yet to be any evidence of a single family or law enforcement that's expressed receiving money from you. In my opinion, you harm missing persons cases, and the attention you bring to a case is more focused on you.
We're spending the money 100% on legal expenses at this time. So if you would like to contribute, please continue to contribute. The legal expenses are going to be, I've got this paid for to take care of this matter, but there's also going to be legal expenses after this matter because we are going after the Proudfoots and Bowersox legally over this. There's not a whole lot that I can say as far as...
Wait a gosh darn minute. Are you telling me that your Mega White Power subscribers not only funded your lawyer, and I assume they'll also cover your bail, but now you're going to milk more money out of them so that you can sue the Proudfoots and the Bowersox? What on God's green earth has this family done to you?
I will be going after the Proudfoots and the Bowersox for damages, for them willfully lying under oath. You can clearly see they staggered these out to try to get me to come to court 3 or 4 times. This is malicious. This is an abusive process, and I can't fix the stupidity here on these streets.
These people have restraining orders against you because you bugged the ever-living hockey puck out of them. And now you want to sue them for filing multiple restraining orders against you at the same time. None of this is helping this family or helping Sebastian. You and your followers should be ashamed. This isn't the behavior of a Christian. As a Christian, we shouldn't seek revenge on those who have hurt us. In Romans chapter 12, verse 19, the Apostle Paul says, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath."
I got an attorney handling this matter. I don't need some yahoos on YouTube saying what is and what isn't.
I'm sure that this attorney of yours will advise you better than me, a yahoo on the internet reading scripture, the same scripture, mind you, that you allegedly live by. How silly of me to think otherwise.
So, I'm going to go eat my breakfast. But sit around and wait. Peace out. God bless.
Don't you just love using scripture to point out the hypocrisy in other so-called Christians? Funny, they always want to push their beliefs onto others, but they get all butthurt when you do the same to them. Oh well, that's all the time we have here today. Please remember to give this video a thumbs up. It lets me know that you truly get something out of my content. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to seeing you next time on The Burning Bush.
I would really, really love to know who did these. The other ones that we heard last night, are you guys familiar with who in here is? I know some of you guys are and some aren't. Who of you guys were familiar with Michelle? Anybody at all? Michelle, I can't remember. Michelle, True Crime, or what the hell was the other one? Oh God, I can't. She had like 35 different names. Anyway, they covered those, and there's a couple other ones on here. They did one called the Delphi Trial Circus with at Professor True Crime at something with Silky Southern Tea. Did you see that one by chance, Arctic?
I didn't.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know all of these. I haven't got a chance to look at them.
I know who
Yeah,
Silky Southern Sweet Tea is.
I do too. She used to, didn't she used to run shows with CJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if she still does or doesn't, but anyway, those are hilarious. I'm not gonna play them all, guys. I need to save some because as far as laughing goes, that was the most laughing I've done. I don't know in years, folks. Especially that one with the. I want to see who is this guy like a real creator. Mr. Black Wolf, was that what his name was? A problem with Mr. Black Wolf. Hold on. I don't know of any creator named that, so I don't know.
The funny thing is, it's probably someone that we've all talked to before that's using a voice changer to do this.
Oh, 100%. They're doing great. They're doing
Whoever
great.
it is deserves a gold medal.
I mean, somebody in chat said Stern can't even do this, and there's a lot of channels out there that would have tried. This is great. Yes, a gold medal is an understatement. This is hilarious, and I'm beyond grateful, Mama Duck. I don't think it's JLR. They're using his, the JLR name to make it funny by using it backwards and all that. But I don't think this is Jonathan. I don't think he could do something like he's too serious to do.
Jonathan's not that talented. He can't even work StreamYard right. That's why he has to hold his phone up to his camera.
Yes, exactly. So whoever's doing this is super talented. And
the channel goes way back to, like, way
Really?
back. Oh yeah, like creators I've never even heard of.
Yeah, because I can't figure out who some of these people are.
And like I was creeping the Twitter page trying to see if I could catch anything, and I don't know who it is, but they definitely have my vote.
Cyrax. I don't know who some of these creators are, but
I agree, Mama Duck. Another one that you should check out sometime that does all kinds of hysterical videos on political figures and stuff is the Gregory Brothers.
I've heard of that one. Oh my God, my head is hurting. Like you wouldn't believe it's pounding from laughing that hard. Oh yeah. I've seen these guys before. Where the hell is it? Hold on a second. Yeah, I've seen these guys before. They're a trip. Yeah, Yeah. They are funny too, for sure. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys got a good laugh out of the end of that. But damn, I need to take some Tylenol. Who do you think it is? Who do you think it is, Elizabeth? I'm just curious. Whoever it is has definitely got some good videography talent and just they're good. That I will say. I had to actually think for a minute, like, is this Jeff H doing this? Because Jeff is very good at stuff. But I don't think so. I don't think he is. He could be, but I don't think it's him. Okay, there was a creator that kept telling everyone to unsubscribe. I have no idea, Phil. Yeah, they do look like they cost a few bucks, Mama Duck, for sure. Elon Musk. No, I don't think it's Elon. Somebody that knows how to work AI stuff and all that too, I think. So whoever it is, it's really good, and it is so funny. It's definitely something that's needed out here. I mean, hell, they could make fun of me for all I care. I'd probably laugh at that too. That creator went head to head with another creator, calling each other out. Well, that doesn't help, Phil. Do you know how many times that's happened?
I was gonna say, Phil, you got to narrow it down. Like that's a normal Thursday.
I've done that. Mom's done that. Arctic's done that. We've all done that. I'm just trying to. Eminem is into true crime. Has money and music. You think? No.
Oh God! If that was Eminem, I would find a way to get him.
If he knew that, I don't think he would know Bullhorn and any of that. That would be hilarious, but
if it is Eminem, I want to bone him that much more.
Right. I mean, I doubt that. But these scripts sound like they were written by the latter. It's possible, but I don't know. The dog? Hell no. His wolf dog. Who are you talking about, Phil? Can't say, it's just my hunch, but you may know them too. Well, I can't figure it out, Elizabeth. You're gonna have to tell me at least what you think the hunch is, but there's someone like him. His videos have all kinds of true crime reference. It wouldn't be
not Upchurch either.
No, hell no. I mean, maybe somebody he knows, but not Ryan. And it's definitely not McDonald. The latter never put a face out there.
Although that guy does kind of sound like Krusty McDonut.
Mm-hmm. Well bet, yeah, for sure. What the hell? It's gonna drive me nuts. It really is. This will come to me. I'm not home. Okay, Phil. All right, guys. Well, maybe we'll figure it out one of these days. Either way, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Mom and Arctic, thanks for joining me. Oh, Jesus, Phil. Hell no, it ain't CJ. No. I promise you no. But I might be back on in here tonight. We'll see what happens. If not, I will definitely see you in the morning for the morning show. It is Sunday night, and I don't know what the boss has planned for me, so we'll see. Cross your fingers, it ain't a lot.
I probably won't be on much for the duration of the evening. Austin's been staring darts at me all morning, so
I understand. I've gotten that look a few times too. So anyway, thanks again, Mom. Thanks again, Arctic. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Everybody in chat, you guys are amazing. Thanks for supporting this. As always, we appreciate you so very much. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are amazing, and you make this happen. So thank you guys so much. Again, Blue Crew, for those of you that are here, oh, there you are. There's a couple of you in here. Thank you so very much for joining us today and doing everything you do. I couldn't do it without you guys. I appreciate you so very much. Again, guys, please keep Wisdom Speaks and Miss Doodle in your thoughts and prayers that they get better soon. Oh, it's all right, Elizabeth. No worries. And hopefully I will see you guys so very soon. God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.